Please be seated. Court will be in session. This is file number 1912197, People of the State versus Jamie Susan Houghton. Ladies and gentlemen of the prospective jury, I'm Judge Mark Luma, and I'm judge of the 93rd District Court, and it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to this court. I know that jury duty may be a new experience for some of you. Jury duty is one of the most serious duties that citizens of a free society are asked to perform. Our system of self-government could not exist without it. Now, the jury is an important part of this court. The right to a jury trial is an ancient tradition and part of our heritage. The law says that both a person accused of a crime and the prosecution have a right to a trial, not by one person, but in this case, by a jury of 6 impartial persons. Now, jurors must be as free as humanly possible from any bias, prejudice, or sympathy for either side. Each side in a trial is entitled to jurors who keep open minds until the time comes to decide the case. Now, a trial begins with jury selection. The purpose of this process is to obtain information about you that will help us choose a fair and impartial jury to hear this case. During jury selection, the lawyers and I will ask you questions. This process is called voir dire. That's a Latin term, and it means to speak the truth. The questions are meant to find out if you know anything about the case. Also, we need to find out if you have any opinions or personal experiences that might influence you for or against the prosecution, the defendant, or any of the witnesses. One or more of these things could cause you to be excused in this particular case, even though you may otherwise be qualified to be a juror. The questions may probe deeply in your attitudes, beliefs, and experiences. They're not meant to be an unreasonable prying in your private life. The law requires that we get this information so that an impartial jury can be chosen. If you do not hear or understand a question, you should say so. If you do understand it, you should answer it truthfully and completely. Please do not hesitate to speak freely about anything you believe we should know. And during jury selection, you may be excused from serving on the jury in one of 2 ways. First, I may excuse you for cause. That is, I may decide there is a valid reason why you cannot or should not serve in this case. This is called a preemptory challenge. I may decide there is a valid reason why you should not or cannot serve in this case. That's called an excuse for cause. Or a lawyer from one side or the other may excuse you without giving you any reason for doing so, and that is called a preemptory challenge. The law gives each side the right to excuse a certain number of jurors in this way. If you are excused, you should not feel bad or take it personally. As I explained before, there simply may be something that causes you to be excused from this particular case. I will now ask you to stand and to swear truthfully, fully, and honestly that you will answer all the questions you will be asked about your qualifications to serve as jurors in this case. If you have religious beliefs against taking an oath, you may instead affirm that you will answer all the questions truthfully, fully, and honestly. Please stand. Here is your oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will answer truthfully all the questions about your qualifications to serve as jurors in this case? Thank you. Please be seated. Now, this is a criminal case. The paper used to charge the defendant with the crime is called a complaint. The complaint in this paper in this case charges the defendant, Jamie Susan Houghton, with 2 separate crimes of a moving violation causing serious impairment of a body function, and reads as follows. That on or about November 2nd, 2019, in Autrain Township of Elgin County, Michigan, defendant did commit a moving violation while operating a vehicle upon a highway M28, Autrain Township, that caused a serious impairment of a body function to Leah Mayana, contrary to law. And count 2 states that on the same date and location, defendant did commit a moving violation while operating a vehicle upon a highway M28, Autrain Township, that caused a serious impairment of a body function to Stephen Brues, contrary to law. The defendant has pled not guilty to these 2 charges. You should clearly understand that the complaint that I've just read is not evidence. A complaint is read in every criminal trial so that the defendant and the jury can hear the charges. You must not think it is evidence of her guilt or that she must be guilty just because she has been charged. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with a presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt, growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but is a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of all of the facts and circumstances of this case. At this time, because this trial is expected to go more than 1 day, we are going to pick 7 names. At the conclusion of the evidence and arguments, we will draw by lots 1 person who will be on standby, and then we'll have a jury of 6 deliberate the case. But because we have more than 1 day and you never know what can happen, people can get sick or something can happen major in a person's life. So we want to make sure that we can complete the trial. So we are going to pick 1 extra person to sit and listen to all the evidence. So at this time, we'll pick 7 names. If your name is called, you'll see there are 5 chairs in the front row. So the first person called should take the chair in the front row farthest in toward this back wall to the left. And then as your name is called, we'll fill the first 5 chairs. And then if your name is called after number 5, please take a seat in the second row, maybe in the middle somewhere where you can see and hear everything that happens in the courtroom.
Okay. Norma Span.
Could you say the number 2, please?
Yeah, I don't know. Number 244? Yep. Okay, you can have a seat right over there. Barry Johnson, number 228. Robert Hanna, number 254. Charles Martin, number 236. Terry Tongasi, number 247. Richard Lopez, number 233.
I guess there are only 4 chairs in the front row. There used to be 5, but. What was the last name?
Richard Lopez.
Okay.
Your Honor, court indicated that we'd be calling 7.
Yes.
Oh, one more. Rodney Hoy, number 256.
I would ask that all people in the courtroom listen carefully to the questions because you may be asked some of the same questions, and it'll provide you an opportunity to anticipate how you would answer them. Also, because we record the proceedings, verbal answers are required. Or nodding the head does not record. So we need yes, no, or I don't know, or whatever the explanation is in verbal language. Now, I know that's not easy, but make a concerted effort, please. I'd like to introduce you to the members of the staff here in the courtroom. First is seated closest to you, typing and recording everything that's said in the room, is Paula Perrin. She is the court recorder. Seated on this side will be the bailiff and magistrate for Elgin County, Lynn Mackey. Seated at council table for the prosecution is Robert Steinhoff. He is the prosecutor for Elgin County. Council table for the defendant is Sarah Henderson and Victoria Harrow, attorneys for the defendant. And the defendant is Jamie Susan Houghton. Witnesses who may be called in this case are Leo Mayana, Stephen Brues, Brendan Sommer, Sommer, Lieutenant Sheila Peters, Deputy Eric Brock, Jarrett Sadler, Dr. Sean Hendin, and Dr. Ryan Perez, and Sergeant of the Michigan State Police Dan Verlin. Does anybody currently seated in the jury box know the defendant, the lawyers, or any of the witnesses that I've just named? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Martin? Are you Mr. Martin?
No, Mr. Hanna.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm a little bit off count here. Mr. Hanna, who is it that you know?
The law enforcement officers, I know them. I don't know if that's.
Is that Deputy Eric Brock or Lieutenant Sheila Peters?
Yeah.
Do you know any other law enforcement officers? Sergeant Dan Verlin?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that a close relationship or just acquaintances in the community? Okay. Is there anything about that relationship that would make it difficult or uncomfortable for you to sit as a fair and judgment of the facts in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Would you be able to set that aside, any knowledge you have of them, and decide this case solely based on the evidence presented in this court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else know any of the witnesses or the parties? Does anybody have any unfinished business with either attorney's office? Does anyone know the attorneys in this case? We think this trial will be concluded in 3 days. It may go 2. We're always eternally optimistic, but it could go 3. And I just want to make sure, does anybody have any significant hardship that would be caused by serving on the juror for more than 1 day in this case? Thank you. Does anybody have any difficulty with their hearing that could impair their ability to hear what happens in this case? Apparently not. Does anybody have any difficulty with their sight that could impair their ability to see what happens in this case? Apparently not. Does anyone have any difficulty with their health that would make them unable to sit for an hour to an hour and a half at a time? All right, thank you, Ms. Spann.
I have issues with lower back and sciatic pain, so sitting for more than an hour can get painful. If I'm allowed to stand up periodically, then that would help.
Of course, we're here for you. If we know that you raise your hand and ask for a break, or you'd like to stand at any time while court is in session, you are welcome to do that.
That would help.
Knowing that we'll accommodate you with regard to that, will that allow you to serve as a juror? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, everyone. Mr. Steinhoff, you may voir dire.
Now, before we get started, may we approach?
You may.
All of you for being here today. I know with the last vestiges of summer and COVID and all the other circumstances, it's not the easiest time to serve on the jury. So like Judge said, my name's Rob Steinhoff. I'm a Munising native, went to Munising High School. We've been the prosecutor here for almost 3 years now. And it's a pleasure for me to be in front of you today. The circumstances surrounding this case are a little strange, absent of facts. Right in this chair is my staff member, her name's Heather. And usually in this chair is the investigating officer. In this case, that would be Deputy Brock. He's not here today. He has COVID. So he's not allowed in the building. He is sick, but he's on the mend. He'll be appearing on that screen over there. As well as another witness who's been exposed to COVID. So these are unprecedented times that we live in. And with that backdrop, I want to thank you again for being here with us. So it's my job to represent the people of the state in prosecuting crime in this jurisdiction, that being Elgin County. As the judge mentioned, this part of the process is called voir dire. That's the fancy word that we use, and it just basically means jury selection. So I'm going to cover a few basic items, and I'm going to get into more of the nuts and bolts of things. So, and before I start with the substantive questions, I want to ask again, does anybody know me, or does anybody know Deputy Brock? Okay, Mr. Hanna, we'll start with you. I have that legal pen there. I know. Okay, you know Deputy Brock. Yeah. And Judge, you mentioned to Judge that was an acquaintance.
His father is,
His father, the sheriff.
the sheriff is, my wife's first cousin.
Okay, yeah, it's almost impossible to go through a jury trial without those kinds of relationships in this town. One time I had a trial, or several times I've had trials against Attorney Nebel, and a Nebel and a Steinhoff, it's almost impossible to pick a jury in this town. But I think we'll be okay here. And sir, it's Mr. Tungacy?
Yeah.
That's right. And which one did you say you know?
Deputy Brock.
Deputy Brock, and how do you know him?
You acquainted you.
Okay. What about Lieutenant Peters? That's Sheila Peters.
No.
And Mr. Hanna, I assume it's the same kind of association.
It's an acquaintance that our kids were in cross-country team together.
Right.
So, I mean, through sports.
Okay. And is there anything about those relationships that would give you a negative opinion of either of them? Mr. Hannah, Mr. Cummings? All right. Do any of you know each other? And I looked at your questionnaires and you're kind of all spread out over the county, which is a good thing. So, and have any of you ever served on a jury before? No. Mr. Johnson, I see. When was that?
I don't remember.
But you served
Quite a few times, yeah.
quite a few times?
Yep.
You remember the last time, about how long ago?
No,
Okay. Was it in this jurisdiction? Remember if it was a criminal case, a civil case?
no, I don't.
Criminal would be with the prosecutor. The previous prosecutor was Prosecutor Barman, and the previous prosecutor to that was Judge Luma. So, but you don't remember any of the details of those cases?
No.
Remember if the jury found guilty or not guilty?
Yeah.
You do? You remember?
One of them not guilty. I think both. I don't know. 2 or 3 times. I don't know.
Okay, okay. And do you remember any of the circumstances? Was it a drunk driving? Was it a domestic violence?
One of them buying stolen property.
Okay.
I don't remember.
That's a tough case. That's a tough case to prove. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else served on a jury before? No? No? Okay. One of my primary roles here in this court is to ensure that the defendant receives a fair trial. So that means that what I'm looking for here is a jury that's going to weigh each fact independently and make determinations under the law that are appropriate. So as the prosecutor, it might be surprising, but I'm not necessarily looking for a jury that's going to be sympathetic to my case. And I'm certainly not looking for a jury that's going to be sympathetic to Attorney Henderson's case. What I'm looking for right off the bat is a jury that's fair. Zero at this level and can make determinations based on that. So if there's a time during these questions, my questions, Attorney Henderson's questions, Attorney Harrell's questions, that you don't think you fit that mold, just raise your hand and we'll handle it from there. Judge Luma mentioned the threshold that I'm required to prove is beyond reasonable doubt. It's a high standard. It was meant to be high. But it's important to understand some of the nuances of that. Does anybody here believe that beyond a reasonable doubt means beyond any doubt? Mr. Lopez? I see you have that look in your eyes like this guy's so
Like a
full of
trick
that.
question, yeah. It's either not, or it's like same difference. I mean, it can't be both, right?
I guess that's gonna be up to you. Let me phrase it in a different way. Does beyond a reasonable doubt mean absolute certainty?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a different opinion? It's a Miss Fan, right? Do you have a different opinion of that? Do you think beyond a reasonable doubt means beyond any doubt whatsoever?
I don't think it means beyond any doubt whatsoever. I think
Okay.
it, it just is, I'm not sure.
That's okay. That's okay. It's not an easy thing. I spent like 20 years in school to figure it out. The thing is, under the law, beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond any doubt. That would be certainty. It's an impossible standard to meet. And a quick side trip here. I'm going to say what I think beyond a reasonable doubt means. I'm sure Attorney Henderson will do the same. There's only one person in this room that can actually tell you, and that's the judge. It's Judge Luma. What about beyond a shadow of a doubt? Do you think beyond a reasonable doubt means beyond a shadow of a doubt, Mr. Hannah?
Beyond the shadow of a doubt? I'm not really sure exactly what that would mean, to tell you the truth.
Okay, okay. And Mr. Martin, do you have any thoughts on that?
Between shadow of doubt and reasonable doubt?
Yeah.
Seems like 2 different ways to say the same thing.
Okay. What about beyond a reasonable doubt and absolute certainty?
Then there's a line there that definitely is.
Okay. And Mr. Hoy? Does beyond a reasonable doubt mean absolute certainty? Okay. And it's the Hoys from Chatham, right? Trinity. Okay. And it's the Martin. Are you related to Dave or Phil? Okay, so it's a different. No, so it's a different. Okay. Judge Luma's gonna say, and he's already said it, beyond a reasonable doubt means just that, a doubt that is reasonable. So if after all of the evidence is in, after these 2 days are done, hopefully 2 days are done, and I've proved each element beyond a reasonable doubt, would you return a verdict of guilty, Mr. Lopez?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah.
And Mr. Johnson, do you agree with that?
Yes, so.
Yes, okay, it's kind of important, but I do appreciate the answer. So,
Maybe we can excuse. Will counsel approach the bench, please?
enough with the theoretical stuff, let's talk about the police. Does anybody have a negative opinion of the police? Mr. Martin? Mr. Lopez, that's how you do one of these things.
Well, I've had my fair share of run-ins with the
Okay.
officers over my time.
Okay, and I'm not gonna dig into your personal life, that's none of my business. But the,
Overall, yeah, I respect them.
okay, sheriff's office, any issues with our sheriff's office here?
No.
The deputies there?
No.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Thomas, say anything? Okay, yeah, Mr. Hoy, good, all right. Anybody ever been pulled over? Right. Miss Span, I noticed you didn't raise your hand. Good.
I haven't.
Awesome. Good for you. For those on the panel who have been pulled over, would you believe you're treated fairly? Okay. Most cases. Mr. Johnson, do you have an opinion on that?
Not really.
Okay. Mr. Lopez, do you think you're treated fairly?
In most cases, yes.
Okay.
In some cases, no.
Deputy Brock and Lieutenant Peters are going to testify, like I said, from the screen over there. And will you be able to give their testimony the same weight as you would give any other witness? Not greater, not less, just because they're wearing a uniform? Yeah. Everybody agree, Mr. White, you okay with that? Yeah, Mr. Thomas, okay, I see a lot of heads nodding. What about lawyers? Anybody have any negative experiences with attorneys? Or in a criminal context, let's say. I mean, that's kind of a loaded question. What about prosecutors? Do you have a negative opinion on, say, the office of the prosecuting attorney based on its current office holder or previous predecessors? No? Ms. Spano, is that all right? Okay. Can you view my arguments the same as you would view Attorney Henderson's arguments? Okay, thank you. Okay, now kind of into the meat and potatoes of this. Judge mentioned that this is a case involving charges of moving violation causing serious impairment of a body function. It's a mouthful. But does anybody have any prior experience with this particular crime? Say victim or potentially a suspect, or do you know someone close to you that's been accused of this? Mr. Lopez?
I'm not accused, but the person that was injured was my cousin.
Okay. Now, the person that I guess, caused the injury, were they prosecuted?
Yes,
Okay, and what was the outcome of that?
I don't know the outcome of it.
Is it still ongoing?
No, it was
Okay.
years ago. He was 16 at the time.
Okay. Do you feel like the justice system worked appropriately in that case?
It was when I was young too, but I just know that it had happened and it
Okay.
ruined his life forever. Never had any children, never got married. I mean, he ended up paralyzed, so.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry to hear that. And you said you were young at that time, correct? Okay. Anybody else have a similar experience to Mr. Lopez? Okay. Now, Judge said that moving violation causing serious impairment. The moving violation in this case is called careless driving. Does anybody have any experience with that? Careless driving, Mr. Lopez?
Yeah, I received one once, on
Okay.
a dirt bike, long ago, once again, young, and I got pulled over for that.
In Alger County?
No, it was
Okay.
downstate. I'm from downstate originally,
All right, okay.
and I had a moving violation riding a dirt bike, tried to get away. I think I was 15,
Oh, okay, tried to get away.
and I got careless driving.
Okay, so do you think you got lucky?
No, I got like 6 points, and
Oh, boy.
my insurance went up for a number of years.
Okay, okay. Even on a dirt bike? Yeah.
Even on a
Okay, all right. Anybody else have experience with careless driving? As a civil infraction? Okay. And I'll start with Ms. Span on this question. What do you think careless driving is?
Not going by the law, and being, just putting somebody or someone else in danger by the way that you're driving.
Okay.
Um,
Wow, and it's almost like you've done this before.
well,
The law actually says, a person who operates a vehicle upon a highway or a frozen lake, I guess that's important, or other place open to the general public, including a parking lot, in a careless or negligent manner likely to endanger any person or property, but without wantonness or recklessness. That's what the law says, and you basically quoted the law. So kudos to you. Anybody have any cause to disagree with the law as I've read it, as Ms. Span has recited it? Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin, can you think of any specific conduct that would fall in that category?
Well, now that we're examining our histories, I think I may have had one with just a speeding ticket, but it was a pretty fast speeding ticket.
So they charge the careless as
They
well?
included careless in there as well.
Okay, okay. You got that for speeding. Anybody else? Who's ever slammed on their brakes to avoid a deer? Okay, all right, thank you, residents of the Upper Peninsula. Let's say this. Let's say you're driving along, deer hops out right in front of you, slamming your brakes, person behind you rear ends you. Who's liable? Okay, Mr. Hawaii, you say person behind you, Mr. Tungusi, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hannah as well? Yeah. Okay. Okay, and Mr. Johnson, do you take quarrel with that? Okay. Who's ever heard the phrase, pedestrians have the right of way? Okay, okay. Mr. Tungusi, what does that mean to you?
If you're going down the street and someone wants to cross the street.
Yeah.
You should allow them to do
Even if there is no crosswalk?
so. I normally do that.
I don't use a crosswalk. I use a crosswalk because I spent a bunch of time in law school, and I know that the penalty will go way up if I use a crosswalk and I get hit. So, but anybody disagree with Mr. Tongacy? Anybody ever been in an accident that was your fault? I have. Mr. Hoy?
I ran in the back of a car, he stopped and tried to make a turn.
Okay.
I got sued over it.
Did anybody get hurt?
No.
They said that.
I
eh?
said, I bumped him.
Okay. When I was in high school, I parked my dad's truck in the back of the Toyota Sienna on the east side of Munising. And fortunately, nobody got hurt. But I was at fault. Mr. Martin, you raised your hand.
Well, I had a, just slide off the road, accident, so.
Okay.
Time was freezing rain, bumped somebody lightly.
Oh, yeah. Were they angry? Were the people you bumped angry at all?
Oh, not terribly.
Okay. Anybody ever been in an accident where you were not at fault? Miss Bam?
One time going down 553, it was bad weather.
Yeah.
And the car in front of me, I started to slow down, and then the car in front of me hit their brakes and spun all the way around, and when it came back around, they hit me.
Okay. I see. Yeah. Too fast for conditions, probably. Yeah. Anybody else been in an accident where you were not at fault? Mr. Hannah?
Several years ago, I was waiting at a stop sign on US 2, and a truck come over the hill with a fifth wheel and pulling a boat behind it without any safety chain. Boat come off the ball and basically torpedoed my car, pulled it out.
Where was this on US 2?
Tannery Road,
Oh,
just the east of Manistee.
Okay. All right. She's from Manistee, so she would know what that is. Okay. All right. My brother was in a similar accident in Escanaba, and that's why I wanted to make sure that it wasn't him. Okay. Moving on to some of the, back into some of the more theoretical questions. Judgment, it's a difficult word. Anybody here have problems holding judgment over another person? Let me give you the context. I used to practice law in southern Michigan, like on the Indiana border, and there's a lot of Amish people. And the Amish people get called to come in on the jury, and they have a religious issue holding other people in judgment. Anybody have anything like that going on?
I was told not to judge people. I said,
Okay. Right, yeah, kind of as a rule. Would you be able to set that aside? And if I was able to prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, would you vote guilty? If
yeah,
it-
I'm really not, yeah.
Okay, no issues with religious commotion over, okay, all right, very good. We did have an Amish person here in Alger one time. And I know Judge already asked this, but this could last 3 days. Is that all right for everybody? I'm gonna ask again. Is anybody going to be distracted by anything that's going on in their lives at home or at work? Mr. Hannah, do you work at Timber Products?
No, I work at, we're down in Gulliver, Michigan. And, yeah, I've got to be out of town next week. Well, I'm supposed to be out of town. And stuff like that,
Next week or this week?
next Monday.
So, I know when I go out of town, I come back to a mountain of work. Same thing?
Yeah, normally shift work is a whole new area for me for
Okay.
training purposes or whatever, but,
Did you,
supposed to work midnight or 12-hour day shift Sunday and then leave Sunday night for Kentucky, so.
are you gonna be able to do this if it goes 3 days?
If it goes 3 days, sure. If it goes in the next week,
No, it's not.
I have to change things up, but
But you were able to get the time off for the next 3 days?
Yeah, I got, I'm supposed to work midnight tonight, so I'm getting that off if I need it.
All right, so that's a good update. Okay. Anybody having similar circumstances to Mr. Hannah?
I'm always distracted by work.
Me too. And where do you work, Mr. Martin?
I work for Highway Communications.
Okay, what is that? That's not
That's the
HTC.
local telephone company.
Oh, you work for-
And I also own Peninsula Fiber Network, and I'm very much involved with Peninsula Fiber Network.
Are you working on the building?
Nope, I work on the network.
So you know Jake Rogan and that whole crew. Okay. Are you able to focus?
I will do my best.
Do your best, that's all I can ask of you. Mr. Tonnessi, are you able to, are you having any serious problems with work that this is causing?
No, I'm the supervisor.
Okay.
So I can set it up to be here whenever.
All right, very good. Mr. Lopez, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
It says here you're listed as education, as your occupation. Are you a professor or?
Yeah, I'm a program director for surgical technology at Northern Michigan.
Okay. Next 3 days, okay? We're gonna shoot hard for 2.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
make it work.
And, Mr. Hoy, you good for the next few days? Mr. Johnson, is that all right for, if we do go 3, are you gonna be all right? Okay, and Ms. Span? Okay. Ms. Span, it says here that you're a commercial loan processor. Is that at one of our local institutions
Range Bank.
in Marquette? Okay. Are you from Marquette? Yeah, I noticed you said County Road
I'm from
553.
California.
Oh, really? Okay, all right. Well, lucky you. I remember the first time I went to California, I got off the plane, I said, why doesn't everybody live here? And then I looked at the prices.
Yeah.
So, what part of California?
LA.
Oh, okay, yeah. Glad you made it home. All right, Judge, I don't have any further comments or questions for the jury at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Henderson, voir dire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Henderson. I represent Jamie Houghton. I am an attorney who practices in Marquette primarily, though I do kind of travel across the UP when I take on new cases. And I live in Nagani with my husband, who works for the state of Michigan. He's an employee of the Iron Industry Museum and also is the site historian at Fayette in the Garden Peninsula. He and I have 4 children, with twins who are 10 and in the 5th grade. We also have a 2nd grader and a 3-year-old who we call our 3-nager because he's a handful. The lady seated to Ms. Houghton's left is Victoria Hero. She's a new attorney in my office, just recently passed the bar last year, and you're gonna be hearing from her a little bit, and she's kind of learning the ropes and happy to be participating here. And we really do appreciate your time today. I know it's no small thing to take time out of your day to sit on a jury, and we really do value this as a fundamental part of our system. You heard a little bit from the judge and the prosecutor about the nature of the case here. This case does involve an allegation of a traffic violation or moving violation that caused some serious injuries. And this accident took place about 2 years ago in November, and it involved some media coverage. And I want to make sure that I know if you guys heard about this already. It involved a collision with a convoy of vehicles that was basically a college fraternity that was doing a fundraiser involving a bathtub push. Has anybody heard about this case? I see the light bulb, Mr. Lopez. Tell me, what have you heard about the case? If you can tell me that.
Just watching TV6,
Yeah.
I just heard somebody got hit. Tragic.
Yeah. And there's no doubt that, there were injuries here that are very serious. It was definitely not a good event. Did you develop any opinion about fault or, about the case itself from what you heard in the news reporting on this?
No, I can't really say it. I just vaguely remember it now that you said it. I just wondered how you hit a bathtub on the road. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it was just in passing, so I really didn't pay that much attention to it.
Yeah.
But I heard about it.
Okay. And as a result of what you've heard, do you feel like you have a preconception that Ms. Houghton is guilty of the crime that she's facing today?
Well, the bathtub got hit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you, the judge had talked to you a little bit about, how the complaint explains what the defendant is charged with, and that it's not evidence, that at this point she's presumed innocent. What does that mean to you, Mr. Lopez?
She's not guilty.
And not guilty in the sense that, would it be fair to have preconceived notions about whether she's guilty of the offense coming into court here? Understanding that you can't avoid what you've heard, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but, we haven't heard the evidence either. I don't know the circumstances. Yeah, I probably already have a little bit of a preconceived notion.
Do you feel that your preconceived notion is strong enough that you couldn't really set it aside and listen to the evidence fairly here?
Well, I could probably set it aside if I hear the evidence.
Okay, probably. Probably.
Well, okay, maybe that was a bad choice of words.
Yeah,
Yeah, I could, okay, I said it again, I could.
you could. Okay, has anybody else heard about this case at all?
Just on the news.
Okay, and did you have any kind of reaction to what you heard?
No, I don't listen to the news, so.
Yeah, I'm guilty of not really paying that much attention to TV6 either. Do you feel, Mr. Hoy, that you had developed any kind of opinion about the case? Okay. Anybody else hear anything about this?
I remember hearing about it,
Mhm.
but I don't really remember a lot about it. I just remember someone got hurt.
Okay. Do you recall, or did you develop an opinion about Ms. Houghton's responsibility or guilt as a result of what you heard?
Honestly, I don't even remember who did it, or, if they had gotten somebody that they thought had done it, or I just remember some kids getting hurt. Or, that there was an incident.
Okay. I want to ask a question that's a little bit sort of theoretical. Have you ever heard of individuals as a matter of personality being kind of black and white thinkers? Is that a concept that's familiar to you guys? Like, don't see shades of gray. Everything is either black or white. I see that you're kind of thinking about it, Mr. Hanna.
Yeah, repeat that again.
Yeah, black and white thinking is what I'm trying to get at. Like, do you see that there can be situations that are complex, or are you pretty confident, when you encounter a situation that you can tell, what's going on? That's a very, very poorly phrased question. Yeah, but is that making it clearer to you?
I guess.
Well, anybody else have a thought on that? Has anybody ever heard of the concept of black and white thinking?
Concept,
Yeah.
sure.
Do you have an opinion about it, Mr. Martin?
I mean, it's definitely black and white thinking. Things get grayer every day, but.
That might be a function of age, I think, because I feel the same way. Does anyone else feel like they are less certain about things as they get older? Yeah, I see you. I see you nodding your head. Ms. Stan, I've got that same experience. Anybody disagree with that? That they feel like things actually get clearer as they get older? Because that's also an experience that people have. What do you think about that, Mr. Hanna?
I don't know. As you get older, sometimes you get more comfortable with things too, because you've been around the block a few times, where sometimes you don't let things bother you like you do when you're younger. You've had more life experiences.
Yeah.
Black and white thinking, that, I don't know, as far as things being complex or not. I think that'd be the main thing for me when you get older. Sometimes you just kind of like don't let things bother you. Sometimes you get younger.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. How about you, Mr. Johnson? Do you have a feeling on this?
Not really.
No opinion, hey? How about you, Mr. Tangusi? Tangusi? Sorry, Tangusi. Got it. Yeah.
No, I don't see people living lives and acting lives. There's always some shade of gray in our decision.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Never perfectly gonna come up with the right answer.
Mhm. I mean, we're human beings, right? Yeah. Any reason to agree or disagree with that, Mr. Hoy?
Be nice if everything was black.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Life would be a lot simpler.
Yes.
How about you, Mr. Lopez? What do you think about black and white thinking?
That's pretty hard.
Yeah.
But there's usually compromises and excuses of things that you could have and not see it black and white. Somebody else's opinion and change your mind.
We had talked a little bit, and actually Mr. Steinhoff had quoted the citation for careless driving when he was asking, I think it was you, Ms. Van, about what it actually means to drive carelessly. And one of the things that is part of the statutory definition is the idea that the careless driving is in a manner that is likely to cause injury or danger to person or property, that kind of a thing. Does anyone have any difficulty with thinking about a big centerpiece of this case is going to be causation and what actually caused the accident that led to these injuries? Does anyone have difficulty with the concept that there might be more than one cause to something? Something might not have a single cause. There might be more than one thing that contributes to a particular outcome. Anybody have a problem with that as an idea? No? Does anyone have a problem with the concept that you might have to weigh which is the primary or what the law calls proximate cause of this injury? What was the primary cause of the accident that led to the injuries? Anybody have any problem with the idea that you have to exercise that kind of judgment? It's going to require some gray thinking, I think, not just black and white. Does everyone have the capability to do that, do you think? I see an intake of breath from Mr. Hannah.
If you got like two causes and you gotta sort out the one that's the main one.
Mhm.
Hope as a group we can do that.
How do you think you go about defining the main cause? What would you look at? What kind of fact first?
Taking all the evidence.
Yeah.
That'd be probably one of the main things.
Kind of weighing the various facts and seeing
Yeah.
what was the greatest weight of evidence. These are really hard concepts to talk about because even law students and lawyers struggle with this. This is maybe one of the hardest concepts in the law. So we're really going to be asking something heavy of you when you're analyzing this case. I want to shift attention a little bit. Mr. Steinhoff talked a little bit about standard of proof and this idea of beyond a reasonable doubt. I want to talk about the various kinds of levels of doubt that we have in the law, because beyond a reasonable doubt isn't the only legal standard. There are others too. I think there was some discussion about has anybody been ticketed, like a speeding ticket or other kind of civil infraction? I think some people have had that experience. Is that correct? Has anybody, first of all, paid a ticket that they thought maybe you could have contested, but you just thought, well, I'll just pay it and not bother with that? Has anybody had that experience? No?
I think so.
Yeah? Do you remember the circumstances at all?
I can't remember what it was. I think it was just pay the ticket, get out of here. It might have been an infraction in another state.
Mm-hmm.
You know, ain't worth going all the way back.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. And I think even if you feel like you did the thing, sometimes people think, well, I could go to court and fight this, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to put the time in. Is that an experience that everyone is familiar with, even if they haven't actually done it themselves?
My husband did.
Yeah. Yeah.
He got pulled over because we didn't have our new registration
Mm-hmm.
the new tags on the car.
Right.
They were sitting on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
So the officer told him he could go in and pass that, but he just wouldn't pay it.
Mm-hmm. That is an experience I think most people are familiar with. do you, if a ticket is contested, if you go to court, to traffic court to contest a ticket, the burden of proof or the standard of proof in that case is what's known as preponderance of evidence. And it's actually the same standard that you would use if you were trying to collect money because of a personal injury, like in a plaintiff's lawsuit for an injury. The burden of proof, the standard of proof in a preponderance case is what is basically a 5149. So sometimes we think about it as the whole circumstance as a puzzle, and say you've got a puzzle and you don't know what the puzzle is, and you're building the puzzle, and you can see, yeah, this is some kind of outdoor scene. It might be like a meadow or it might be a farm, but I can't really tell what this is. It's definitely sky grass. I just don't know. That kind of level of uncertainty is what you would consider preponderance of evidence. That's a traffic ticket, broken leg for money. Is everyone with me on that? Is there any confusion about that kind of idea of the standard of proof? Let me ask you first, Mr. Hoy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I guess. Let me ask Mr. Martin, does that make sense to you as a concept? 5149 for a traffic ticket.
And I got lost.
Okay. Well, maybe what would be good here is to talk about the other alternatives so you have some comparison. We also have the concept of clear and convincing evidence. That's the second highest level of standard of proof. And that's the kind of level of certainty that you'd have to have, or level of proof, if you were trying to change custody of a child. So if you've ever dealt in the family courts to try to change a child custody environment from one parent to another, it requires that higher standard of proof. It's called clear and convincing. It's basically like a 70-30 on the scale. The scale is quite a bit dipped. You can definitely see that, yeah, there's definitely evidence here that this should happen. Or if we're using our puzzle analogy, you got most things there. Thank you. You can see most things. You can see that there's, a barn, but you're not quite sure, well, is that thing over there a silo or is it a windmill, that kind of thing. But you definitely can tell it's a farm in our puzzle analogy. Does that make sense to everybody? 70-30 for clear and convincing to change the custody of a child. Yeah, nodding. Does that make more sense, Mr. Martin?
Sure.
Okay. Does everyone agree with me that injuries that result in financial compensation, like if you're injured in a car accident and you get paid money to compensate you, that's an important thing, correct? I mean, it's important to the person who's injured, certainly. And it's very important where a kid is placed in a custodial arrangement. Like, that's a pretty important stuff. When we're dealing with what we're dealing with here, though, we're dealing with the most serious and highest standard of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's like 90-10. If we are using our numbers, the scale is almost to the table. We're talking about it being absolutely no doubt or no reasonable doubt that the evidence supports this conclusion of guilt. And again, back to our puzzle analogy, it's kind of like if you've got the whole puzzle built and you can see everything except you're missing a couple bits of sky or a couple bits of the farm field. Is everyone with me on what kind of standard of proof you need to apply to this case? You've got to be certain, quite certain, 90-10 certain that Ms. Houghton is guilty in order to convict her. Is everyone willing to follow that rule? Can I get,
Yeah.
Okay, good. Mr. Johnson too, good. All right, I'm gonna ask I don't have too much more, but I do have a few more questions. Has anybody heard of the concept of a defendant having a right of silence and not having the requirement to testify? Is that something that everyone's familiar with as part of our legal system? Yes. Is anybody unfamiliar with that concept? No? Okay. I'm going to ask you first, Mr. Hengisi, what is your opinion of that rule? Do you have an opinion of the rule?
I believe everybody should have the right not to defend themselves.
Is the right
to remain silent.
Mhm.
You should have that right.
Do you have any negative thoughts that come when somebody elects not to testify in a trial like this? Like, do you think that means something negative about them?
No.
Does anyone have a different opinion? Because I think it's pretty natural human behavior to think, well, if I were charged with something I wasn't guilty of, I would testify. I mean, I want to stand up for myself, speak up for myself. Does anyone have that feeling? No?
No.
I'm looking at you, Mr. Hannah, you're shaking your head.
No, I just, everything I've ever heard or seen about court, that was part of the system, that you didn't have to, the defendant get on the stand and testify. I guess that's
Okay.
my understanding of it.
Our Constitution gives us that right. And can you think of any reasons why you wouldn't testify? Why a person might not exercise their right to testify and remain silent at a trial like this? I'll ask you first, Ms. Span, what do you think?
I don't know, maybe if it was, some pretty serious charges and you don't come across very well, or you're very intimidated. I know me personally, I hate this.
Yeah.
Because I don't do well in groups and in talking or anything, and so if you're that kind of a person, maybe you might come across, if you are innocent, more seem like you're guilty.
I think you're doing just fine, by the way. But I appreciate the answer. I think those are all very good thoughts. Does anybody have any other thoughts on that topic? I'd ask you first, Mr. Johnson. Any different thoughts on that? No. Okay. How about you, Mr. Martin?
No, I think it goes to that you're innocent, up proven guilty. You don't need to prove your own innocence. That's the prosecutor's job to prove that you are not.
Right. That's right. And ultimately, it ends up being a decision that is kind of made, and you don't get to know the reason why. Do you agree with me on that? Nobody's going to tell you why Ms. Houghton did or didn't testify if she elects not to testify. Is everybody comfortable with that? And do you agree with me that you won't speculate about the reason why she did or didn't testify if she elects not to testify? Okay. All right. Mr. Johnson, do you agree or disagree with the statement, all accidents are avoidable? And can you tell me why you think that? Yeah. How about you, Mr. Hannah? All accidents are avoidable. Agree, disagree?
Well, coming in the industry that I'm from, all the accidents that do happen, a lot of them are the human error, but there are a few that are environmental or other procedural systems that are, could be other than human. There's the human factor is a big one, probably the most, but there's a few that are different.
So the answer is yes, I think, right? Or no, the answer is no, not all, or all accidents are not avoidable.
Not all accidents are. I mean, there's a few that aren't. So, be open-minded.
Well, and as long as we're on that topic, let me ask, do you consider yourself to be somebody who is safety-minded?
I would have to say yes, and it's going to be a lot more for me because part of this training I'm supposed to be going to is focused heavily on safety in the mining industry. So I would hope to say yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like that's kind of part of your profession, that you need to be concerned with safety. What about in your personal life? Things like, making sure you're using an appropriate step ladder to reach things.
Yes and no.
Okay.
You should be wearing earplugs front mowing the lawn. I don't. I mean, stuff like that you might do at work that you sometimes take for granted at home and don't always do the right thing. So I would say yes and no.
Okay. I think that's a good human answer for sure. How about you, Mr. Martin? First of all, do you agree or disagree with the statement that all accidents are avoidable?
I don't know that I'd go all, but I definitely think most.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, in everything, there's measures put in place, you know, to be safe. There's protective gear for doing certain jobs, and laws against driving conditions, whatever. There's measures in place to mitigate the possibility of an accident. Most accidents are human related.
Okay.
It's fine.
And I guess on that same note, similar to what I asked Mr. Hannah, do you consider yourself to be a person who takes steps to be safe in your everyday living?
I'm not gonna say I'm perfect at it, but yeah, I do.
Yeah. What about the earplug thing? Do you wear
I
your?
actually do wear the earplugs when I mow the lawn, yes.
Yeah, my dad does that too. Yeah, I think you'll appreciate it when you're 90, right?
Mother-in-law's got hearing loss and
What about things like wearing safety goggles when you're chainsawing? Is that something you do?
well, I don't do a lot of chainsawing, but I do have the safety goggles for when I do.
What about things like in the crosswalk? Do you always cross in the crosswalk, or do you sometimes cross the street not in the crosswalk?
I will use the crosswalk. I won't say I've never not used the crosswalk.
Yeah.
I cross it.
Okay. I'll ask you then, Mr. Hoy, the same question. All accidents are avoidable. Agree, disagree?
Disagree.
Okay, tell me why.
Deer jumps up in front of you, you got no control over that.
Yeah. Sometimes you even run into the side of your car.
That's happened, yes.
Yeah. What about your basic safety measures every day? Do you take many safety measures like the earplugs, safety goggles, that kind of thing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What about things like having like a spotter for a ladder and that sort of thing if you're gonna try to get on the roof?
No.
Okay. So there's kind of a range, it sounds like, hey? I was teased because I will frequently use an overturned laundry basket to reach things other than a step stool, so, that's my safety limit. Do you have things like that where you think, I can probably skip it this time?
Yes.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Lopez? Same question, accidents avoidable or are all accidents avoidable?
No.
And why do you think that?
Well, there's certain things that are gonna happen, and I think there's also, sometimes there's acceptable risk. There may be a better gain, but there could be a greater loss at the same time, but, so you take the acceptable risk and you go ahead with it.
Am I hearing you say that there's no way really, human living doesn't allow us to live 100% risk-free? And
Correct.
I think I'm getting that from what you're saying. Is that a fair statement? Does everyone agree with that? Yeah, yes, good. And I have the question for you too. What about accidents? All of them are avoidable or they're not? Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. Any different thoughts on what we've heard previously?
No, I mean, I work at the paper mill.
Yeah.
And safety is a big issue.
Mm-hmm.
And you hurt there every day.
Yeah. Yeah, it can even have a life cost if you're not too careful, I'm sure. Eh? Do you follow these kind of basic safety measures we've been talking about in your everyday living? Do you think that that's important?
Yeah, I mean, I mow the time without earplugs.
Yeah.
I worked in the woods and there was safety gear.
Mm-hmm.
I've still been injured.
Mm-hmm.
You can have dead branch fall and break your collarbone or something.
Mm-hmm.
I've got multiple chainsaw injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Times in your life, you have an accident.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds like you would use the safety gear while you were in the woods to kind of minimize the risk that that kind of thing would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over years, better safety gear.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got better, but still people get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
People die.
Yeah. And I think I did not ask you yet, Ms. Span. All accidents are avoidable. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Okay, and why do you think that?
Well, I mean, I think sometimes there's a reason why it's called an accident.
Mhm.
You know, you can try and you can be safe and you can do what you need to do, but I think sometimes things happen.
Mhm.
You know, that his example, when he first was questioning about the deer jumping out,
Mhm.
you can't avoid something like that.
Mhm. Yeah. Do you, in your living, in your daily living, do you, take steps to make sure that you're safe, like things like using earplugs or sunscreen or, other things like
I
that?
try to,
Mhm.
you know, I mean, I'm human, sometimes, you know, I'll cheat and do something, you know, but I try, I know we work for closing the drawers and, you
Yeah.
know, not leaving them open and, you know, things like that.
Okay.
I make my husband wear his harness when he goes on the roof, and he's not allowed up there unless I'm there to hold the ladder.
Okay, so you are kind of the safety person in your house, it sounds like. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. All right. I finally want to ask you guys specifically about driving safety. So, first of all, has anybody not had a driver's license for a period of time where they've been out of practice to drive in your adult life? Or have you all been driving pretty much your entire adult lives? Think about driving. Everyone's been driving and is experienced driving? Yes. Living here, you know, in Alger County or even in the Upper Peninsula in general, you do have to drive a lot. Do you agree with me that that's your experience? You're on the road a lot?
Yes.
Okay. When you are driving your vehicle, do you, I'll start with you, I'm gonna just go down the line. Ms. Span, do you ever do anything within the cabin of your vehicle while you're driving other than simply keeping your eyes on the road? Things like adjusting the radio.
Yes.
So is that something that you would do, say, on the road between here and Marquette? Would you adjust your radio as you drove? Okay. Does anyone disagree with that in this group, that you wouldn't ever adjust your radio while you drove? No? Mr. Johnson? Okay. Okay. All right. Anybody else disagree that they wouldn't touch the radio while they drove? No? Okay. All right. What about things like eating while you drive? Is that something that everyone would do, or would some people, do you have a rule that that's not safe, I'm not gonna eat while I drive? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Martin. Me too. I drive a lot for work. Anybody else not eat, have a rule against eating? No? No?
Yeah, I just don't do it.
Yeah. Is it for safety reasons or for some other reason?
It can break your concentration.
Okay. So it sounds like you are pretty sensitive to that, correct?
Not necessarily, I mean, if I was hungry, unwrap the candy bar.
Yeah. Okay.
As a general rule, I wouldn't do it.
Okay. On my drive in here, we were driving right into the sun and I had to dig for my sunglasses. I didn't have them available. Has anybody dug for their sunglasses without pulling over, like in a, you know, like in a console or in the back seat or in their bag or anything? How about you, Mr. Hoy?
Sunglasses.
Bad question then, right? Has anybody done that, or glasses, I guess, to drive? Have you done any of that while you're actually driving?
Many years ago. Now we got them all built into one.
Oh, that's nice. Those are good, eh?
Yeah.
I haven't been able to get those yet, so. All right. Does anybody have a rule 100% against talking on your phone while you're driving? Like, I never talk on my phone while I drive. Mr. Martin's nodding his head. Okay, and is that for safety reasons or for other reasons?
Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
Because it's dangerous.
Okay.
Takes away concentration.
Mhm. Okay. All right, anybody else have a different, have the rule about no talking on the phone while they drive, even hands-free?
If you use the Bluetooth
Yeah,
once in a while.
yes,
Not often, but it comes automatically over the, I'm not picking up my phone today, anyway,
mhm,
a couple times. But still.
yeah. So general rule, no, but sometimes, yes, but only hands-free. That seems like a reasonable accommodation to you, like that's a reasonable risk?
If I'm not picking up my phone at all and it just comes on, I don't deal with any buttons at all, well, it's, other than the end call button.
Okay.
But not very often, but
Okay,
at work, you get fired, so.
okay. Yeah, so you've got that always top of mind, it sounds like. Okay. Thank you, I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any challenges for cause, Mr. Steinoff?
None for cause, Judge.
Any for cause, Ms. Henderson?
None for cause, Your Honor.
For the people for their first preemptory challenge?
Thank you, Judge. People would like to thank and excuse juror number 2, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. You are excused. That'll complete your jury service. You're welcome to stay with us or free to go. Please call the next name. If your name is called, please take Mr. Johnson's seat.
Chad Crummel, number 218.
Good morning, Mr. Crummel.
Good morning.
Do you know the defendant, the lawyers, or any of the witnesses that I've named?
Lieutenant Peters is my sister.
Is what?
My sister.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Any objection to excusing Mr. Crummel for cause?
Of course not, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crummel. You're welcome to stay with us or free to go. That'll complete your jury service.
Good go. Okay.
Yes,
I'll take the host. Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Please call the next name and please take the same seat.
Nita Levesque. Number 232.
Good morning, Ms. Levesque.
Good morning.
Do you know the defendant, the lawyers, or any of the witnesses that I've named in this case?
I know the prosecutor just from being here before and also yourself. I don't know any of the other attorneys. And I do remember just hearing about this situation on the news, and I have about the same answer as everyone else. It's just hearing it on the news. And that's basically all you know. You never hear any of the facts or the conditions, anything like that. It's just a snippet on the news.
Okay, thank you. Your knowledge of the people that you know that we've mentioned here, is there anything about that knowledge that would make it difficult or uncomfortable for you to sit as a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No, I don't have any problem.
Okay, would you be able to set aside any knowledge you have of the people and then the witnesses or the attorneys and just decide this case solely based on the evidence presented?
Yes, I could.
And would you be willing to follow the laws I instruct you?
Absolutely.
Great. We think this trial will be concluded in 2 to 3 days. Anything about the length of the trial that would cause you a significant personal hardship?
As of right now, I'm late on my job right now.
Okay,
And I have to take my mother to Green Bay to a place called Clock Tower for an eye surgery for the 16th, 17th, and the 18th. And I was able to get that time off of work to take her for surgery.
okay,
And other than, I'm pretty booked right now for cleans. I clean cabins and everything for Picture Rocks Vacation Rentals. So it's kind of a problem for me, but, and I would like to also say that I have no problem with serving as a juror at any given time, but I do think right now it'd be kind of difficult for me due to outer, line situations. But other than that, in the future, anything else.
okay. This is bad timing for you.
Yes, it is bad
Okay.
timing for me, but other than that, I would have absolutely no
All right.
problem.
So the next 2 days anyway, would you be able to sit as a juror for today and tomorrow and possibly the following day, or do those days conflict with your appointments?
it pretty well conflicts. I would have to see if they could juggle things around on the job for me. And I know that I don't have the opportunity to do that right now, to give you a yes or no answer.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Any objection, you excusing Ms. Levesque for cause?
No objection.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Levesque. We'll excuse you this time, and thank you for showing up and appearing in your civic duty, and we appreciate it. This will constitute your jury service today.
Thank you,
You're free to
Judge.
go. Thank you. Have a good day. Please call the next name.
Ronald Christner, number 217.
Good morning, Mr. Christner.
Morning, Your Honor.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Correct.
Thank you. Do you know the defendant, the lawyers, or any witnesses that I've named so far?
I do not.
Okay. We think this trial, again, will be concluded in 2 to 3 days. Anything about the length of the trial that would cause you a significant personal hardship?
No problem with 3 days.
Okay. Would you be able to listen to the evidence presented and decide this case solely based on the evidence presented in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard about this case at all?
I have not.
Okay. Any difficulty with your health, sight, or hearing?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Steinoff, you may proceed with voir dire.
Thank you, Judge. And thank you, Mr. Christner. Did you hear everything that I said in the beginning, my whole spiel there?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you take any issue with anything I said?
No.
Okay, let me just cover a few bases. That whole thing about beyond a reasonable doubt, do you think beyond a reasonable doubt means beyond any doubt?
No.
Okay. Police, any negative interactions with the police that would give you pause?
Not at all.
Okay. You know anybody on the jury?
I do not.
Okay. You list Onota as your township of residence. Did you, and retired as your occupation?
Yes.
Did you work in Marquette?
I did not. I worked, made my living in Cincinnati, Ohio.
All right, Skyline Chili.
Love it.
Yeah. I dated a girl from Cincinnati. It didn't work out.
About it.
Yeah.
Not for everybody, but for me.
No, yeah, we used to get French fries and pour the Skyline Chili on the French fries. A lot of fun there. The any prior have you ever served on a jury before, I should say?
No.
Okay.
I was summoned, but I did not serve.
All right. Any prior history with this type of offense? Like, ever been the victim of of this type of offense or a suspect?
No.
Okay. Ever been in an accident that was your fault?
No.
What about not your fault?
No.
Okay. Ever been pulled over?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I knew we'd get something. Do you feel when you were pulled over that you were treated fairly?
Yes.
Okay. Any issue with the sheriff's department here in Elgin County?
No.
Okay. What about EMS services? Have you ever thought that the EMS services here in Elgin were inadequate?
Have not, no reason to, make a judgment, but
Right.
I'm pretty far out, so
Okay.
they'll get to me when they get to me if I need them.
Right. And I'm guessing it's probably closer to Marquette anyway.
About halfway.
Yeah, they'll take you to Marquette anyway. I've said a lot of things about the law so far. I'm going to say a lot more today. Attorney Henderson has said a lot of things about the law, the standard of proof. She went through all the different legal standards of proof. And there's already been some disagreement between us on, say, beyond a reasonable doubt. Would you be able to listen to what we say, but ultimately let Judge Luma decide what the law is in this case?
Yes.
Are you able to take the law from him and just use what we say to illuminate the law?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions.
Voir dire.
Christner, do you consider yourself to be somebody who's comfortable with the idea that there can be more than one cause to a particular outcome?
Yes.
I asked the question of the rest of the panel earlier. Tell me, what are your thoughts on that? The concept of how you would determine what a primary cause of an outcome would be?
Well, just understanding the facts of what caused, the accident to happen, and just understanding all the information you can.
Yeah. Are you comfortable with weighing those kinds of things and saying, okay, yeah, I think this is the primary cause?
Yes.
And do you have any, well, I'd asked a bunch of questions, particularly about accidents, and the concept all accidents are avoidable. What is your feeling on that
No,
statement?
all accidents are not avoidable.
And why do you think that?
Act of Mother Nature, you can't force, you can know about the conditions and understand what you could be running into, but all of a sudden a tree falls in the middle of the road and there's your accident.
What about when you've got a human intervention? Like, not an act of Mother Nature, but an act of another human. Do you think that can create a situation where the accident's not avoidable?
No.
No, you don't?
I think it's avoidable in that situation.
And it would be avoidable because one human or the other could avoid it?
Yes.
All right. So that sounds like it's kind of back to the question of cause. If you've got, you'll need to assess that. Do I have that concept right, at least in your mind, that if there are two humans that are contributing to an accident, do you think you'll be able to determine if there is a primary person at fault for that?
I believe so, yes.
Do you consider yourself a safety-minded person?
Absolutely.
Okay, and what kinds of measures do you take in your everyday life to make sure that you're safe? You heard some of the things we talked about earlier, I think.
Well, yeah, I have a pilot's license. I headed up a distribution operation that had 184 truck drivers and 600 warehousemen.
Yeah.
And safety was of the utmost to us, so not only did I try to preach it, but lead by example and live it.
So are you of a mind that you would not use a ladder without a spotter, like onto a roof, for example? Is it that level of safety consciousness, or is it a little more moderate than that?
No, I would safely use the ladder on my own.
Okay.
Without a spotter.
Okay.
In my younger day.
Yeah, I think good judgment would indicate maybe we shouldn't be on the roof anymore after a certain age. All right. What about when you're driving? I think you've probably heard about some of the questions I asked about, like adjusting your radio while driving. Is that something that you would do?
Yes.
Would you take a call on a hands-free device while driving?
Yes.
Would you hunt in your console for your sunglasses while driving? So it sounds like you've got the opinion that there are some things you can do within the cabin of the vehicle while driving and not be unreasonably unsafe.
Safely you can, yes.
Did you have any concerns about the concept that, in this case, the defendant might not testify?
I have no opinion, really.
Okay. I mean, you don't feel like you would hold that against her if she elects not to testify?
No, that's the way our system's set.
Okay.
That's the Constitution. I believe in the Constitution and the rule of law.
We need all Americans to be that way, right?
We do. We sure do.
Have you ever received a traffic ticket?
Yes.
Did you contest any traffic tickets that you received?
No.
Did you have to go to court when you dealt with the traffic ticket, or did you just pay a fine?
I paid it.
And did you ever have a ticket that you received that you might have been able to contest but didn't because you thought, oh, it's easier to just pay this?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any challenges for cause, Mr. Steinhoff?
None for cause, Your Honor.
Any for cause, Ms. Henderson?
No, Your Honor.
Or the defense for the first preemptory challenge?
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
No challenges, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense pass to the people with their second preemptory challenge?
People pass.
Appears as though we have a jury. I want to thank everyone else here that showed up. Some of you will be glad you weren't accepted. Some of you will be sad. But jury duty, as I said earlier, is one of the most serious duties we have as citizens. We respect that duty. Sometimes we use everybody in the courtroom before we finally get a jury. Today we didn't, but having appeared here today for jury duty, it'll constitute your jury service just as if you were chosen. So you shouldn't get a notice again for the next 6 months at least. But I want to thank you on behalf of all the citizens of Elgin County for appearing today. You're welcome to stay with us, but if you're free to leave. If you decide to leave, please make sure you bring all your personal belongings you brought with you. So if you wish to leave, you may leave at this time. Because we've been at this for a while, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have any personal belongings in the courtroom, please retrieve them, and then you can retreat to the jury room. There is a restroom in there. Also, if you wish to call family or friends or work to let them know that you've been selected on the jury in this case, you can use your personal cell phone to use it, or if you don't have one, the bailiff can escort you to a phone that you can use here. I'll be giving you substantial instructions as soon as we reconvene to let you know what this case is going to be concerning, and more information as to how we're going to proceed. So we'll take a short recess at this time. And that's the jury room there, so we'll have you go into that room. All rise. Court will be in recess. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Please stand. Here is your oath. Each of you do solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you are discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God. Thank you. Please be seated. Now I will explain some of the legal principles you'll need to know in the procedure that we will follow during this trial. Now, a trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or she may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. To prove the charges in this case, the prosecutor must prove certain elements beyond a reasonable doubt. At this time, we'll have the bailiff pass out to each juror the elements of this offense charged and the burden of proof in the case, and then you may follow along as I read them. The defendant is charged with two separate crimes of committing a moving traffic violation that caused serious impairment of a body function. To prove these charges, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. To operate means to drive or have actual physical control of the vehicle. Second, that the defendant operated the vehicle on a highway or other place open to the public or generally accessible to motor vehicles. Third, that while operating the motor vehicle, the defendant committed a moving violation by carelessly driving. Fourth, that by committing the moving violation, the defendant caused Leo Mayana and or Stephen Brues to suffer a serious impairment of a body function. To cause such injury to Leah Mayana or Stephen Brues, the defendant's moving violation must have been a factual cause of the injury. That is, but for committing the moving violation, the injury would not have occurred. In addition, the injury must have been the direct and natural result of committing the moving violation. Serious impairment of a body function includes, but is not limited to, one or more of the following: loss of limb or loss of use of a limb, loss of a foot, hand, or finger or thumb, or loss of use of a foot, hand, or finger or thumb, loss of an eye or ear, or loss of use of an eye or ear, loss of or substantial impairment of a bodily function, serious visible disfigurement, a comatose state that lasts for more than 3 days, measurable brain or mental impairment, a skull fracture or other serious bone fracture, subdural hemorrhage or subdural hematoma, loss of an organ. The prosecutor need not prove that the defendant intended to cause serious impairment of a body function. In this matter, The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I've previously given you a written instruction on the burden of proof. I've given you a copy of that. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with a presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt, growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that. Doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of all the facts and circumstances of this case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence, and that's after the opening statement. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all his evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove her innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, however, the prosecutor has a right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's attorney will also make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, these are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. Now, you've been given a written copy of the elements of the offense that I've just read to you. You may refer to them during the trial, and since no one can predict the course of trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I'll provide you with a copy of my final instructions in writing for your use during your deliberations. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about the evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinion about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of this case are. That is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. What this includes, how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in this case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses and the exhibits admitted in evidence. If there is anything that I tell you to consider evidence, you'll be considering that. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness has said. You are free to believe all, none, or any part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias, prejudice, or sympathy based on race, gender, or national origin of the witness. Now, there is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was a witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was a witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? How does a witness look and act while testifying? Does a witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does a witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does a witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does a witness have any bias or prejudice or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does a witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does a witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Now, the questions the lawyers ask are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assumes or suggests that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. And during the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts of this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask the question until after the witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand. The bailiff will give you a piece of paper to write down your question. Give it back to the bailiff, who will give it to me. Do not show your question to the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that question should not be asked. Do not speculate as to why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in an answer to a question submitted by a member of the jury. On the other hand, if you cannot hear what a witness or lawyer says, and please immediately raise your hand and ask to have the question or answer repeated. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinion about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with the case. Also, in the age of electronics, as attorneys and myself as a judge included, we often receive communications concerning other matters that have nothing to do with the case. Those communications are often electronic. So I'm not texting or surfing the net, and neither is the attorney. I just wanted to explain that we are in positions where we need contact with staff and other people that need a ruling from the court or attorney. So please pay no attention to those interruptions. No, you must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family and friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. If I call for a recess during the trial, I'll either send you back to the jury room or allow you to leave the courtroom on your own and go about your business. Again, you must not discuss the case with anyone or let anyone discuss it with you or in your presence. If someone tries to do that, tell him or her to stop and explain that as a juror, you are not allowed to discuss the case. If he or she continues, leave immediately and report the incident to me as soon as you return to court. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, or the witnesses about anything at all, even if it has nothing to do with the case. It is very important that you only get information about the case in court when you are acting as a jury and when the defendant, the lawyers, and I are all here. Now, getting closer to the end of these instructions, but the restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Now that many jurors have easy access to information through handheld devices and other technology, jurors may be tempted to use these devices to learn more about some aspect of the case. But if a juror were to do this, it would harm the parties. The parties' attorneys would have no way of knowing that a juror had gotten outside information and would have no chance to object if that information was false, untrustworthy, or irrelevant. Remember, no matter how careful and conscientious news reporters, family members, friends, and other people outside the courtroom may be, information about the case from television, radio, the internet, and social media will inevitably be incomplete and could be incorrect. Please bear in mind these things as I read the following instructions. And these restrictions apply from this moment on until I discharge you from jury service. You must decide this case solely based on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that during the trial, you must not read, watch, or listen to news reports about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, on the radio, or on the internet. You must also not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional resources like dictionary, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning this case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, computer, cellular phones, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, the court staff will take you there as a group. Under court supervision, you must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. Before your deliberations, you must not discuss the case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you begin deliberations, you should discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but you still must not discuss the case with anyone else until I discharge you from jury service. Until I have discharged you from your jury service, you must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to the bailiff. You also may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. You can use the reverse side to the blank side of the elements of offense and burden of proof papers that I gave you. We can provide each of you with a writing, a pen to use or a pencil. You should be careful if you do take notes to not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide on your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you do take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes should be left in the jury room during recesses or lunch breaks, or the break for the end of the day. we'll be locking the room and no one will have access to those notes. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and immediately destroyed. I may give you more instructions during the trial, and at the end of the trial, I'll give you detailed instructions about the law in this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law that you must follow. After all the evidence has been presented and the lawyers have given their arguments, as I said, I'll give you detailed instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. Then you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. And again, you can see that we've chosen a jury of 7. After you've heard all the evidence and my instructions, we'll draw lots to decide which one of you will be dismissed in order to form a jury of 6. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in this case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about the case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspective from yours. This time we'll proceed to opening statement.
Prior to beginning, if I may, I just wanted to say for the record that I'm sequestering my witnesses, which is somewhat of a dance with the witnesses who are on Zoom. I'd ask the court enter an order reflecting the same.
Okay. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I don't think
Okay.
there's witnesses in the courtroom.
All right. All witnesses shall be ordered to be sequestered. I'll leave it to the parties to explain the rules of sequestration to the witnesses if they haven't already. And that order will be enforced.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with opening statement.
Thank you. And thank all of you for sticking with us. I know your choice in the matter was limited, but nonetheless, thanks for being here today. I'll try to get situated here.
There's 2 people on Zoom, I think.
If any of the prosecution's witnesses are on Zoom, I'd ask that you log off until I'm done, until the opening statements are done.
Yeah. Any witnesses on Zoom must log off until they're summoned to appear on Zoom.
And
also not to watch the proceedings electronically otherwise as well.
And as kind of a note before I begin, I have my cell phone right here. The prosecution in a criminal matter is entitled to counsel of the investigating officer. Like I said earlier, the investigating officer, Deputy Brock, he has COVID-19. I texted him just a few minutes ago. I said, by the way, how are you feeling today? He said he's feeling better than yesterday, but still not 100%. You'll likely hear from him tomorrow, and it'll be on Zoom. The opening statement.
Okay, Lynn, can you? Thank you.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm just double checking to see who's on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, this is the opening statement. This is where I get to tell you what I think the evidence is going to show. And then Attorney Henderson or Attorney Harrow is going to get to say what they think the evidence will show. We're not actually allowed to argue at this point. All we can do is say our side of the story, and then they say their side of the story.
And then at the end, we have closing argument, and that's where we actually say why we think the other side is less right than us. So jumping right in, I believe the evidence in this case will show you that on about November 2nd of 2019, the defendant, operating a motor vehicle in a careless manner, struck the back of a convoy of people walking on the side of the road, causing serious injury. That's the brass tacks of what happened, but the devil's in the details. Every year, a fraternity called Tau Kappa Epsilon runs what they call a tub push. It's where they have this tub, or they had, I suppose now, they had this tub where they fasten the wheels to the tub, and then two guys walk with the tub from the Sioux all the way to Marquette. And it obviously takes a matter of days. They have in this procession a chase car, and then they have a car in the front. And how they run it is every so many miles, they switch up. So why the hell do they run a tub? They're raising money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. It's their annual charity event. They've been doing it for over 30 years at the time of this accident. Oh, this collision rather. So on November 2nd, about 2 years ago, the students were engaged in just that. Now this is a group of young men attending either Lake Superior State or Northern Michigan. And the day in question, November 2nd of 2019, was actually a pretty nice day. It was a clear day, limited clouds in the sky, light breeze, 100% visibility. And when the convoy, and I'll call it a convoy because you got the one car in front, then you got the tub pushers in the tub, and then you got the chase car. When they reached the Shelter Bay Hill, they began proceeding up the hill. Now, Shelter Bay Hill is a hill between Munising and Marquette, and I think it's in Autrain Township or Onota Township. At the base of the hill is Deer Lake, and at the top of the hill, I mean, there's nothing but the woods for a while until you reach like Tioga out there on the way to Marquette. So it's a long, gradual hill. I wouldn't want to ride a bike up it, but it's not all that steep. And it slightly curves to the left as you're going up. So Shelter Bay Hill itself has 2 lanes proceeding westbound. Let me draw a solid line, a double solid right there. Two lanes proceeding westbound, 1 lane proceeding eastbound at the point of this incident. And like I said, it kind of curves off. And let me make this just abundantly clear for everybody here. Marquette this way, Munising is this way. And this is within the confines of Alger County. So mostly everybody that lives in this county is familiar with Shelter Bay Hill. About halfway up this hill, proceeding westbound, the victims were struck from behind. And the evidence will show you victims were operating on the side of the road, somewhere along this area, about halfway up the hill. We'll call this the chase car. I'm going to put CC for chase car. I'm going to put T here for tub. I'm going to put another car right here. We'll call this the front car. I'm actually going to redraw this a little bit. It's unclear as to what part of the side of the road they were on. Chase car, the tub pushers, 2 people tub pushers, and then lead car. The defendant's vehicle is here, traveling this way. I'm gonna put a little delta symbol for defendant. And I'm gonna put an arrow traveling this way. And then the convoy is also traveling this way. They're obviously going pretty slow because they're walking. So as the defendant approached this vehicle, she strikes the back of the chase car here, which pushes the chase car into the tub pushers, into the pedestrians, and it actually pushes the tub into the lead car as a pickup truck. So it pushes the tub right in the back of the pickup truck. And I'll get into who was standing where and who was operating where at the time of the impact. The chase car is occupied by two individuals, Stephen Brucesi, the judge has said his name several times, and an individual named Daniel Valley. These are the people in the chase car, in the white Mercedes. You're going to hear from Mr. Brucesi in the next day, probably tomorrow. And he was the driver of the white Mercedes. He's going to detail his injuries and the events leading up to the crash. He'll talk about how he woke up after the crash, sometime later in the hospital, with very little memory of what happened, and a tube sticking out of his chest because he had a collapsed lung. He'll testify the last thing he remembers from this incident was traveling on the side of the road with his hazard lights on an otherwise beautiful day. The passenger in the chase car was Daniel Valley. He suffered only minor injuries as a result of this incident. You're also going to hear testimony today, this afternoon, from an individual who was pushing the tub. He would have been right here on our ground in the TP area. And his name is Leo Mayana. He wasn't so lucky. As a result of the crash, he shattered his tibia and fibula and had compound fractures in both legs. So after the crash, the defendant's vehicle ends up somewhere over here on its side. This vehicle is pushed into that vehicle and twisted into the center of the roadway. And Leo is over here somewhere by my arrow. And he's laying down, he's in shock with broken legs, concussion, and various other injuries. You're going to hear from Leo and Stephen's doctors in the next couple of days, and they're going to tell you the details about the injuries and the extent of the injuries, and a little bit about how you recover from an injury if you can. You're going to hear from the first responders on the scene, who will detail the injuries they witnessed and the layout as they showed up. You're also going to see some pictures and some video that correspond with the layout of the crash. They're going to detail the interaction they had with the defendant on the scene, who was basically unharmed at the time of their contact. And when conducting an interview, the defendant stated the cause of the crash was because I was adjusting my radio at the time. The defendant was cited on scene for careless driving.
Can we take a break? We have a witness on the screen. We need to.
Your Honor, that's the investigating officer.
Okay.
So he would be exempt from sequestration.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You may proceed.
As I said, you'll hear that she said the crash was caused by her adjusting her radio. And you're going to see that interview. It's on a video. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have Detective Sergeant Verlin come in from the Michigan State Police. He's a professional accident reconstructionist, and he's reviewed the data from what's called the EDR, the Event Data Recorder. And what that basically is, it's the black box for vehicles. Most newer vehicles have this EDR machine, and it will tell you basically everything about the operation of a vehicle to a point. He's going to testify that based on this black box, this EDR, that he was able to determine the defendant did not slow down at all prior to the crash, that she had been traveling the same rate of speed in excess of the legal speed limit. And he was able to determine based on the data from the EDR that she did not apply the brake or lift her foot off the accelerator at all. She simply wasn't paying attention, and then crashed into a group of pedestrians. Who crashed into the vehicle, which then crashed into the group of pedestrians. So it's based on these circumstances, the defendant's statements, and the entire situation up to that point that the defendant was eventually cited. You can see or hear of a conversation, kind of a colloquy between Deputy Brock and Lieutenant Peters. It was Sergeant Peters at the time. Since then, she's been promoted, she's Lieutenant Peters, where they're discussing the appropriate action to take. It's a no-brainer, they said. It's a careless driving citation. And you'll likely hear testimony that the defendant accepted responsibility for that civil infraction. Those are the facts. Those are the basic facts. And you're going to hear even more detail from the witnesses as they come. The law in this case is not overly complex. The elements that I'm required to prove, as the judge has read them already. First, defendant operated a motor vehicle. I don't think we're going to see a lot of contesting of that fact, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she did it on a highway or a frozen lake or a place generally accessible to the public. Again, I don't think that that particular element is going to be contested. Third, while doing this, she committed a moving violation. Like I said, in this case, she was cited on scene for careless driving. And like we heard earlier, careless driving is when someone operates a motor vehicle in a careless or negligent manner likely to endanger any person or property, but without wantonness or recklessness. That's something totally different. Wantonness and recklessness is something totally different. Again, defendant was cited on scene and took responsibility for her actions. Fourth element, the defendant's conduct must have caused a serious impairment of a body function. You heard Judge Luma read a list, and you have a list, frankly, of essentially what the law gives as examples. I want to point out there's a couple things that the law does not say. One of them is that these maladies must be permanent. It doesn't say that. It does not say that. And obviously, 2 years after the fact, Mr. Mayana's legs are no longer broken. And Mr. Brues' lung is no longer collapsed. But there is no question that they were immediately after the scene, after the incident, after the crash. And there's no question that each of those items falls within the statutory examples that are given to us by our state's legislature of what a serious impairment of a body function is. Let's see. Loss of use of a limb, a foot, hand, finger, or thumb. Loss or substantial impairment of a bodily function. Serious visible disfigurement. Serious bone fracture. Loss of an organ. These are all things that are used as examples of serious impairment. The law gives great discretion to juries to determine what they believe a serious impairment of a body function is. I maintain that the injuries in this case meet that statutory definition. I wouldn't be here if we did. And it's also important for you to know that this type of crime is not what's called specific intent. And the judge read something, and you might have missed it. And I want to make a quick note on the jury instructions at the beginning. We've been trying for years to get these things to be shorter, and I apologize. But I did notice that everybody was paying close attention. What that means, what the jury instruction that the judge read means, and I'll read it again. The prosecutor also does not need to prove that the defendant intended to cause serious impairment of a body function. She doesn't have to intend to do this. It's not a specific intent crime. Like if I go into the Family Dollar and pick up a candy bar, put it in my pocket and walk out, that's specific intent. But this crime is not specific intent. It's another type of intent. The only factors that you need to consider is whether or not the moving violation was committed and whether or not it caused a serious impairment of a body function.
based on the facts that you will hear, based on the facts that I described, this case is incredibly straightforward. These guys are literally at walking pace on the side of Shelter Bay Hill. This isn't like H58 out towards Grand Ray where you're doing one of these numbers. This is a hill that goes right up and gently leans to the left over the course of miles. These guys are at walking pace, and she plowed into the back of them. She was cited for carelessness, and her carelessness is what caused the significant injuries. Now, as a matter of housekeeping, before I wrap up here, two of the state's primary witnesses, I've already said, are going to appear on that screen. One of them, Deputy Brock of the County Sheriff's Office, and the other, Lieutenant Peters. It's going to be a little bit wonky. This is my first time doing a trial with Zoom witnesses. So I ask that you be patient and bear with us in that regard. But we couldn't have them in here because of COVID. So wrapping up here in summary, you're going to hear from at least two of the victims of the crash. I think you'll also hear from Mr. Summer, who the judge read earlier. Mr. Summer was operating this vehicle, the lead car. You're going to hear from him probably closer towards the end. You're going to hear from the doctors. I think we got at least two doctors coming in to testify as to injuries. You're going to hear from Deputy Brock, Lieutenant Peters, and you're also going to hear from Detective Sergeant Verlin. He's the expert that analyzes the EDR machine within the vehicle. You're going to see a slew of exhibits that correspond with this incident, pictures, video, etc. And I have an interest in presenting all of this to you in an efficient manner. I think we can get out of here tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to shoot for that. I think Attorney Henderson is shooting for that too. And we've watched you so far. You've been very attentive, and I think we'll be able to get that done. And after hearing everything, and after seeing the entire trial presented to you, I am confident that based on the facts and circumstances in this case, that every element has been fulfilled beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, I would ask that you return a verdict of guilty to the main charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinhoff. Ms. Henderson, do you wish to make opening statement at this time or reserve?
I will make it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Members of the jury. This is a case about people who took risks on the road and who, if anyone, should be held criminally responsible for those risks taken. In this case, the consequence of those risks was a serious personal injury accident, which took place on November 2nd, 2019. It was a day that dawned pretty much like any other nice November day. The weather was clear and sunny. Ms. Jamie Houghton was headed to Marquette from her home on Deer Lake. She's driving her Jeep Grand Cherokee. It's about 11:30 in the morning. And it was actually her second trip to Marquette that day, having brought her dog or her pet to the vet earlier in the morning. So she was accustomed to being on the road. She pulled out onto M28 in the travel lane of traffic. That is the right-hand lane, not the passing lane of this roadway that Mr. Steinhoff drew for you, and accelerated to speed, eventually reaching the speed of about 70 miles an hour in that 65 mile an hour zone. Kind of a normal level of speed based on what most of us experience on that stretch. The roadway is an uphill, as Mr. Steinhoff described. It's also a curve that curves gradually to the left. And as Ms. Houghton is driving, she's maintaining her lane, and she begins to look for a song on the radio by adjusting her radio. She is not talking on her phone. She's not drinking her coffee. She's not doing anything other than driving up this uphill curve, fiddling with the radio, and watching the roadway ahead of her. The next thing she remembers is the flash of the white back end of a Mercedes, smack dab in the middle of the lane of travel, not on the shoulder of the road, in the middle of the lane of travel. She hits it almost completely square. So it's a bumper to bumper collision with very little variance one way or the other. It's like it came out of nowhere, this Mercedes. Jamie's Jeep rolls into the ditch, and she's able to get out of it by climbing through the window. She is shaken up, not injured, but very rattled by what had happened and really confused about where this Mercedes had come from. There's a guy lying on the side of the road, outside of any vehicle, and he looks like he's pretty seriously injured. This is Mr. Mayana. And the other thing she noticed at this point, the other thing that exists in this situation is a red truck and a bathtub, which is completely unexpected. So this is a weird scenario. The police are called, EMS is called, the fire department is called. They each arrive on scene. And the police officers in this case, you'll hear from Detective Brock and Sheila Peters, Lieutenant Sheila Peters. They're kind of the first responders and the police at the first part of this encounter. And they're trying to figure out what's going on too. The emergency responders begin to give aid. There is one person outside of the vehicle, aside from Ms. Houghton, and that's Mr. Mayana lying on the side of the road. There is not more than one pedestrian involved in this accident, just the one. And Lieutenant Peters begins to talk to Jamie Houghton to try to figure out, what happened and are you all right? And Jamie confirms, yeah, I'm physically okay, but she's clearly very upset and shaken by what had occurred. This encounter is recorded between the two of them, so you'll be able to see what that exchange looked like and what everyone said. And Lieutenant Peters asks her, well, what happened here? And Jamie says, I was playing with the radio, trying to get a song, and I looked up, and right as I looked up, it was right there. Lieutenant Peters then asked her, well, did you see a bathtub? And she said she didn't see a bathtub. The only thing she saw was this flash of the rear of this white Mercedes. She clearly feels terrible. There's a person injured on the side of the road, and she says, oh, it was my fault. That's what she says at the scene. Mr. Mayana is also questioned. He can't remember whether he was the driver of the Mercedes or whether he was the one pushing the bathtub. So he's clearly very injured and also has some issues with his memory. What on earth is this group doing in the roadway with the bathtub? Turns out it's this fraternity event, which is a fundraiser for charities, and it involves pushing a bathtub from the Sioux to Marquette to raise money for St. Jude. A worthy cause. Nobody's disputing that this is a good thing and a good gesture to do. The problem is that this fraternity group has taken no measures to ensure that this is a safe event. We will hear from Detective Sergeant Verlin, who's the state police, the state's accident reconstructionist. And he will confirm that this group was driving in the lane. They were not on the shoulder. They were in the lane of travel. The Mercedes is square behind the bathtub, who is behind a red truck, obscured from view from traffic approaching from behind. So if you're coming from behind, what you see is a white Mercedes. You don't see a bathtub, you don't see anything else. They're driving this convoy at a rate of maybe 3-4 miles an hour in the lane of travel in a 65-mile-an-hour zone on a heavily trafficked road for the Upper Peninsula. I mean, this is a busy road between Marquette and Marquette and Munising. It's not some back road that nobody travels on. It's something that is well trafficked. This convoy has no signs or flags on any of the vehicles, so there's no rear sign saying this is a charity event, St. Jude's Children's Hospital fundraiser, nothing like that. They've got no strobe light on top of the car, no bar light. There's no flags. There's no police escort. There's no car placed some distance back from the convoy to explain charity event ahead. Caution, slow-moving vehicle ahead. None of that has occurred in this case. And what's more, the Mercedes is traveling so close to the bathtub, which is traveling so close to the car, the truck in front of it, that the impact of this collision creates a sandwich, which injures the bathtub pusher in between. That is what we expect the accident reconstructionist called by the state to testify to. Now, there is no doubt that the bathtub pusher, Mr. Mayana, was seriously injured in this accident. This was a serious accident. We're not contesting that. And an accident with injuries typically means, as you'll hear in this discussion between law enforcement, that somebody's going to get a ticket. There's an assessment made at the scene that somebody should be ticketed when somebody is injured in general. But the problem is, and here, in this case, the police do write a ticket for careless driving to Jamie Houghton. That's a civil infraction, it's not a crime. She pays that ticket some days later, again, feeling terrible about what had happened, and the fact that these people were so seriously injured. Weeks later, she's charged with the crime that brings us to court today. Not the civil infraction, but the crime. Jamie Houghton took a risk by adjusting her radio while she was driving. While she was driving up that curved hill, maintaining her lane of travel, she took a risk by dividing her attention. The fraternity group also took a risk by employing basically no safety measures with this charity event that they were putting on. The question for you, members of the jury, to answer is whether the risk that Jamie Houghton took on the road in adjusting her radio while driving was the primary cause of this accident. Whether the accident resulting in these injuries was the foreseeable, direct, and natural consequence of her adjusting her radio as she drove. Or was the risk taken by the fraternity group in putting this event on with no safety measures in place the intervening cause of the accident that created the injuries? That's really the question for you to answer today. You are the judge of the people who took the risks that were taken on the road on November 2nd, 2019, both the fraternity group and Ms. Houghton. I know you'll listen closely to the evidence, and after you've done that, at the end of this trial, I'll be asking you to return a verdict of not guilty on both counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Because we are close to the noon hour, rather than present a witness and then make it somewhat disjointed by taking a break for lunch, we'll break for lunch right now. We'll reconvene at 12:45. So that leaves a few minutes over an hour or short of an hour for lunch. But we'll reconvene then. Lady and gentlemen of the jury will allow you to leave. You can go home if you live nearby, or you can eat out. If you eat out, we'll reimburse you for lunch up to the limit the county pays. I think is $10 or something like that. Bring back a receipt, though. We can't authorize reimbursement without a receipt. And then print your name on the back of the receipt. If you sign your name like I do, nobody will know whose receipt it is. So print your name as legibly as possible on the back of the receipt and give it to the bailiff, and we'll see that you're reimbursed for lunch. Please don't discuss the case with anyone or let anyone discuss it in your presence. Would you be ready to go at with your first witness at 12:45?
I think so, Judge, yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, so we'll take a recess at this time, and you may either go to the jury room and then leave, or leave directly from the jury box. All rise. Court will be in recess till 12:45. Court will be back in session. Please be seated. You'll note that Juror Tongacy was excused. Pay no attention to that. All right, you may call your first witness.
Please call Lieutenant Peters, Your Honor. And I'm hoping she will appear. I just texted her that this is the appointed time, and there she is, Your Honor.
I recognize that the volume is adjustable on this remote, so we'll see how it comes through. Also, I'd caution the parties to give enough time to make sure and speak clearly on the Zoom so that the court recorder can be able to decipher everything that's said. Sometimes things get garbled or blocked, and we want to make sure the court recorder can get everything. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your name?
Oh,
and spell?
wait, I just have to place her under oath first.
Yes, that's going to be important. for us.
Lieutenant Peters, raise your right hand, please. Can you hear me? Lieutenant Peters? Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Lieutenant. Could you say your name and spell your last?
Sheila Peters, Peters.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Elder County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since 2001.
Okay. Just some housekeeping stuff initially. Could you inform the jury why you're not with us in person today?
I am not there because I'm quarantined because of a COVID exposure.
Okay. And are you alone, Lieutenant?
I am.
Okay. As an employee of the Elder County Sheriff's Department, what are some of your what's your rank, first of all?
My rank currently is a lieutenant.
And on November 2nd of 2019, what was your rank?
I was a sergeant.
Okay. And in those capacities, what are your duties for the Sheriff's Office?
To help manage and oversee staff, pretty much wearing different hats as scenarios come in.
Right. Let me ask you this. Are you a police officer?
I am.
Are you a paramedic?
I am.
Okay. Are you a deputy emergency manager?
I am.
Are you a professional hockey player?
I am not.
Okay, very good. Were you on duty on November 2nd of 2019?
I was.
Okay. And was anyone with you on that date assigned with you on duty?
Yes, I had a partner, Eric Brock.
Okay, and at the time, I want to touch briefly on your relationship with is it Deputy Brock?
It is.
And at that time, what was your relationship with him? I guess to explain that question, who is in charge?
Well, my rank puts me in charge, overseeing anything that we go on.
Okay, so you're the ranking officer, is that fair?
I would be, yes.
Okay. And on that date, were you on patrol?
We were. I was.
Okay, and did you have cause to interact with the defendant, Jamie Houghton?
We did.
Okay, and what caused you to interact with the defendant on that day?
We were dispatched from the A-Train area to a PI accident on the Shelter Bay Hill.
Okay, PI for the benefit of the jury is what?
Personal injury accident.
Okay, and where were you when you received the dispatch call?
We were on the Forest Lake Road on assisting EMS on a medical call.
Okay, so you went from medical call to medical call, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and how long does it take to get from Forest Lake area out to Shelter Bay Hill?
It didn't take us long. We ran lights and sirens because there were injuries. I'm not sure how long it actually took us, but it wasn't that long.
Okay, just for the benefit of the jury, we talking an hour here, we talking a matter of minutes?
Matter of minutes.
Okay, and when you arrived on Shelter Bay Hill, what were your initial observations?
Initial observations were there were vehicles that were damaged. There were patients. Traffic was stopped for the most part, but there wasn't a whole lot of people on scene yet other than passerbys.
Okay. And just kind of unpacking the framework of your frame of mind entering a scene like this. You've told the jury you wear many hats. What hat would you be wearing at this point when you're approaching this scene?
So at this point, I flipped to a paramedic and started to triage patients. I knew we were halfway between Marquette and Munising as far as EMS. So basically those people, I was it for medical attention until other units arrived.
Okay. Can you help me with a little bit of the protocol for medical, I guess, medical first responding? Who's in charge in a situation like that?
Whoever's on scene first, and then it would go by licensure after that.
Okay, and on this particular scene, what was the situation? Who was basically calling the shots?
I would have been.
Okay. And were you directing Deputy Brock at that time in your role as a paramedic?
No, Deputy Brock then took over as the investigating police officer because I was otherwise tied up doing triage and tending to patients.
Okay. The location of this incident, Shelter Bay Hill, I've said it several times. Could you describe the highway on Shelter Bay Hill?
Sure. There's 2 lanes going up the hill. One's a passing lane. And then there's one coming eastbound down the hill.
Okay. Is there a shoulder?
There's a shoulder on both sides.
Okay. Is it a paved shoulder?
Yes,
And does it dissipate into a gravel shoulder?
it does.
How big of a hill, or how much of a hill, I should say, is Shelter Bay Hill?
It's a pretty big hill.
Okay. Would you consider it steep?
I would say it's steep if I had to run up it, yes.
Right. And from bottom to top, how long of a hill are we talking about here?
Ooh. I'm not really sure. It takes a little bit to get to the top, so I'm not really sure.
Okay. Can you, do you think it's more than a mile?
Possibly, or close to that.
Okay. Is there a curve on the hill?
There is.
Would you say it's a sudden curve?
Not really
Or sharp?
sudden.
I'm gonna show you some pictures now, and bear with me because, as I've told the jury before, this is the first time I've done a trial on Zoom like this. I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna call People's Proposed Exhibit 1, A, B, and C. after I show it to the defense here. I'm gonna if you can see on this. Okay, are you familiar with what I'm showing? This would be 1A. This would be 1B. And this would be 1C.
Okay.
You know what these are?
Looks like photos of the highway.
Okay, and are these photographs of Shelter Bay Hill to the best of your knowledge?
They appear to be, yes.
Okay. And based on your involvement in the investigation, were these photographs taken on the day of the accident?
I believe so. Deputy Brock was taking all the photos.
I'm gonna hang on, please, Judge.
Okay.
What was the weather like when you arrived?
The weather, if I remember correctly, was nice that day. It was a sunny day, and it was warm. Because I remember we were outside and I don't think we initially had jackets on.
Okay. Would you say that that's uncharacteristic for November?
Up here, yeah.
And if the court could bear with me for one moment, I'm just gonna inquire something on my staff. Okay, I want to apologize to court, counsel, and jury that we are short-staffed today due to children's doctor's appointments, so we're running a couple different shifts at the same time here. Do you remember the layout of the vehicles when you arrived, Lieutenant Peters?
I remember there was a white car that was smashed sideways in the road. I remember a burgundy vehicle on its side. There was a vehicle up further, more to the west, with an impaled bathtub on wheels.
Okay, I'm going to show you here what I'm going to call People's Proposed Exhibit 2. As soon as I get them all lettered here. And record should show I want to present this to defense. This would be People's Proposed 2A through J. I'm going to show these to you, Lieutenant Peters. It's going to be a bit tedious given our circumstances, but bear with me here. Start with 2A. Do you recognize this? Sorry, it's kind of difficult for you to see.
It's kind of hard to see, but
Let me try to alleviate some of those issues.
okay, that's better. Yep,
Okay, do you recognize that photograph?
yes,
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the same questions for the remaining photographs in the series.
yes, yes,
And some of these appear to be near duplicates.
yes, 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 yes,
3 more.
yes, yes,
Last one.
yes,
Are these fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you arrived on scene or shortly thereafter?
yes.
Okay. Move to admit number 2, Your Honor.
Any objection to A through 5?
A through J.
Or J, excuse me.
No objection.
Okay. All right, thank you. Plaintiff's Exhibit 2A through J will be received in evidence.
And I won't publish to the jury at this time, but I will make that motion at a
Very well.
later time. So based on your investigation, based on your response to the scene, Lieutenant Peters, did you get a basic understanding of the layout of the vehicles prior to the crash?
Once we were on scene and figured things out, yes.
One moment, Judge.
Yes.
So could you describe where the victims were when you arrived? Or actually, strike that. Could you describe where everyone was when you arrived?
To my recollection, Jamie Houghton was over to the right, down in the ditch.
Was she out of her vehicle?
She was.
Okay. Do you know where Leo Mayana was?
Leo was up, probably parallel with or just before the back end of the vehicle, but off to the north side of the road in the grass.
Okay. And what about Stephen Brucesi?
They were back by the other vehicle off the shoulder, I believe. But I just checked on them quick and I was told by passerbys that, which ended up to be Leo, was the worst of the 3. I checked on the other 2 briefly and my plan was to send other responding agents to them and go to Leo.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did that.
Okay. And what were your observations of Leo?
Leo was, I would say Leo was probably starting in shock. He had definite pain from his legs. Leo was covered up. Somebody had dropped off a Red Cross blanket. I remember that. I immediately took C-spine and.
Okay. I'm going to stop you right there and ask you to explain what that is.
Okay. So I took C-spine. That's manual stabilization of his head and spine. Usually when there's a trauma or an injury involving your head or neck, you want to stabilize that so there's no more injury to that area. keeping it in line with their body.
Okay, and you did that in this case, correct?
I did.
Did you observe Mr. Mayana's legs?
I did not because they were covered up.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but C-spine, once you start, you can't stop. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Or until somebody else takes it over for you.
So you said there was some passers-by, I guess Good Samaritans. Do you remember about how many people there were when you arrived?
I do not.
Okay. The actual physical individuals involved in this crash, do you know what they were doing that day?
They were doing a charity fundraiser, pushing a bathtub.
Okay. And had you encountered them earlier in the day?
I believe I went past them earlier at some point.
Do you remember anything about that previous interaction?
No, just that I've seen them do it before. So it wasn't surprising, I guess, to see them.
Right. Do officers of the Elgin County Sheriff's Office wear body cameras?
They do.
Were you wearing a body camera when you arrived at the scene?
I did.
Was it running?
It was.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to move to publish People's 2 to the jury.
You may do so at this time.
And for the benefit of Lieutenant Peters, who's not exactly in the room, the jury is reviewing number 2 right now. And I'm setting up another. Bear with me for one moment. I just gotta grab the extension.
Jeez.
I set you up
Okay,
to fail
I'll
on
let
that
you,
one.
I'll let you do that. Okay. Okay.
All right, I think we got our logistics going here.
And we're just gonna be patient and let the jury review the number 2.
The jury has,
Court with the court's permission.
you may,
Thank
the
you.
jury has reviewed the documents contained in People's Exhibit number 2. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, I'm going to show you a brief portion of a video, and I'd like you to identify, if you could, what it is. First of all, Lieutenant, can you see the screen here?
I can.
I'm going to play a small portion of a video. I want to make sure the volume isn't offensive here. Okay, do you recognize this video?
I do.
Okay, and the record should show I've marked this disc that contains the video as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. What is it?
That is my body camera as I was approaching the scene.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of those things you saw when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection to People's number 3?
No objection.
People's number 3 will be received in evidence.
Okay, and I'd like to play this for the jury on it.
You may do so.
No. For the next, while.
Do you all have an unobstructed view of that screen? Okay.
Okay.
Maybe the lights if you. There, it's not better.
Side of his uncle and explaining to his legs very well. He was the one in the white Mercedes driver. Not the best. Definitely not the best.
Where does it hurt? I'm gonna have you
My
keep your head
legs.
still. Your legs hurt?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened here? Do you remember anything?
Cannot remember.
Okay, how old are you, sir?
Now, Lieutenant, I know you can't see the screen anymore, but can you hear it?
I can.
Whose voice is saying? What's the female voice on the recording?
That would be my voice.
Okay, thank you.
You're 22? Okay, my name is Sheila. What's your name?
Leo.
Leo? Okay, I'm gonna stay with you until the ambulance comes, okay? So you can't feel your legs and your arms or just your legs?
Feel my legs, they're in a lot of pain.
Okay, so your legs hurt right now. Are you nauseous at all?
I'm not nauseous.
Okay, are you on any medication?
No medication.
No medication. Where were you headed to?
We were doing a tub push event, so we were heading back to work.
Okay, we saw you earlier then. Okay. So any medical problems for you?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Okay. Are you from Marquette? Philadelphia. Okay. So you don't know what happened when you?
I have no recollection.
Okay. All right. So we have an ambulance on the way. They're gonna be here in a little bit. You do have a large bump on the left side of your head. Okay. Did you have your seatbelt on?
I can't recall. Sorry.
Okay. Did your airbag go off? Do you know? Did you get up and walk out of your car, or were you extricated out? Okay. You carried him over? Okay. Okay. Just a leg. Okay.
Can you tell me if my toes are moving?
Okay. That's a fire truck, so the ambulance is on its way from Marquette, so they're a little ways out, but they're not far, okay?
Is the person that hit me still?
I think everybody involved is still here, okay? So we'll figure out what happened in a little bit, all right? So you don't remember how fast you were going? You don't remember nothing like that, right? Okay. That's all right. Those details are minor at this point. All we want to do is make sure you're okay, all right? So nobody was in your vehicle with you?
I feel like there was people in my vehicle.
Okay.
I think Stephen Faber in there.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. My legs are.
Your legs are in pain, okay. We'll get those checked and looked at, but right now we're just gonna keep you still and keep you just where you're at, okay? A little frustrating, I know, okay? But you're kinda in the middle between Marquette and Munising, so until we get some help, that's what we got, okay? All right, are you warm enough right now, Leo?
Yes.
Hey, Catherine. So he's got leg pain and I just kept, he's fine, so I didn't have a chance to look at his legs yet, but he was driver of white car. He had 2 occupants with him and that's all I know right now. He's the worst of the.
So.
Yep. So I don't know if you wanna go check on the other 3, because Eric doesn't have any EMS. Okay, no, that's fine. Just if there's any civilian stuff, that's all. No, I think everybody left. There's 3 vehicles. Yeah. Do you wanna check those other three out though, please?
So
They're
you
beyond the other car. What's that,
you
Leo?
don't know the condition of the passengers?
I think you're the worst is what they're telling me, okay? Yep, they'll be here shortly. But that might be more fire instead of EMS, so, but EMS isn't far out. Thank you for the blankets, that's awesome. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
are you warm enough right now or are you getting cold?
My hands are.
Okay. It's okay. Do you go to school? At Tech? Or Northern, I'm sorry. So you guys were pushing the bathtub, that's from Northern, I always thought that was from Tech.
I believe it was the
Fundraiser? Yeah.
seniors.
Cool. Yeah, we saw you earlier, we went by.
My legs are
Okay. So you guys were still pushing the bathtub at this point or no? Do you remember?
The
Or were you-
bathtub was being pushed.
Okay.
I believe I was the driver. I was driver.
Were you ahead of the bathtub or behind it?
I'm not completely sure, but I would say that I was behind.
Okay. 'Cause I don't see the bathtub anywhere, but we'll figure it out.
Sounds like clothes.
Well, your car's behind me, so I can't really tell. Sorry. Is it white? That's all I know about it. Okay. How are we feeling?
Not the best.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, what's your pain in your legs?
Pain is up there. I would say around 9 or 10.
Okay. So this is the driver of the white car. They said he's the worst. I grabbed C-spine, he's got a knot on his head, but he's saying his legs are in pain, so I haven't had a chance to look yet. They got him out, pulled him over here. There's 3 other ones. I sent Catherine over. You wanna go check on those with Catherine? I'm gonna have Matt help me here. I just wanna see what his legs got going on here. What's your name? Leo.
Neil?
Leo.
Leo.
Yes, yes, sir.
Where do you hurt?
My legs are in pain. My fingertips are a little in pain. My face is in pain. Mostly my legs are very bad.
Do you remember what happened?
So they were pushing the bathtub. We did see that earlier. The fundraiser. Yeah. So he was the driver behind the bathtub, I believe, in the white car over there. So they extricated him and pulled him over here and laid him down on the ground. So I don't know what his legs look like.
Is he the only one serious injured?
Yeah, I think
Is
so.
everybody else out?
Everybody else is out, I believe. Is everybody out, Eric? Yeah.
Everybody else is out.
So there's 3 other minors over there, from what I gathered.
I'm gonna go grab some.
Okay. Yep. How we doing, Leo? Leo, do you remember my name? Okay. My name's Sheila, okay? I'm gonna ask if you can try and remember that, and then I'm gonna ask you in a couple seconds here, okay? Medicinal plant chemistry? Okay, cool. I got nothing here. But Med 1 should, or 141 should be here shortly. What's that?
I was gonna say, I think there's a first aid kit.
Probably not very helpful at this time. The best thing we can do is keep you, just like you are until the rig gets here, and then we'll get you, probably gonna put a collar on you and a backboard, okay?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then we're gonna check out your legs and see what we got. So medicinal plant chemistry. So does that have anything to do with marijuana? Okay. Did you smoke any today?
No.
Do you smoke marijuana?
I do.
Okay. And you're not on any medication? Okay. All right, so here comes the collar that I told you about, okay? We're gonna put that around your neck. Have you ever had one on before? How come?
There's an incident when I was very young. There was also an accident where I was taken to the hospital.
Okay, so you know that it's not very comfortable, okay?
your back pain or anything? No, just my legs. Just your legs? Yes. My
It's in
fingertips.
hands, yeah.
Which probably not a good sign.
Well, don't jump the gun on it. Just let's see what you got here. So if you were following behind, you couldn't have been going very fast then, right?
I was not going fast.
Okay.
Anything
That's
hurt
a
where
good
my
thing.
fingers are touching? Did you lose consciousness at all? Yes, I don't remember kind of anything. Let's hit the tree. Until being woken up here. Like I said, it's not very comfortable, but. Yes, sir.
Cover them back up a little bit. Yep. How we doing, Leo?
Not the best.
Okay.
You feel me touching? Yes. Which foot am I touching? My, it's hard to orient, but I think my right foot. Ooh, yes, not good, not good. So can you tell me the condition of my other passengers?
Yeah, I see one girl standing here on a phone, but I don't know if she was with you. Okay, so the other ones are beyond the vehicles over there, so I can't see them. But as soon as I find out, I'll let you know, okay?
Appreciate it.
Just try not to hype yourself up right now. I think we're good, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
So this was a pretty serious accident. We're shot on the highway.
Well, we're on the highway, but I can't tell you anything about the accident because I can't see anything but you right now, okay?
Yes. Sheila.
Yep, very good. And I located your bathtub, so.
I think it's missing at least one wheel.
Missing a tire, so something happened.
So I was not pushing the tub?
I'm not sure who was where, sir. We'll figure that out after, okay?
Yes. Because I feel like I'm gaining a little memory and a little recollection.
So do you think you might not have been driving and you might have been pushing?
I think I may have been pushing the tub.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out, okay?
But my car was hit, is what you're saying.
If your car was white, yep, your car was hit. And we have an ambulance here, so that's a good sign. Okay?
So this hurts? Yes.
So Leo, one more time, you're 22?
Yeah.
No medication, no allergies, correct?
I don't believe I have any. Oh, that one hurts. Oh, that one stings.
Okay. No meds and no allergies?
I am on some active medication for pills, which is like
Yep. But nothing you're taking pill-wise, right?
that leg feels a lot worse.
Hey, Eric?
No.
Lieutenant, when you say Eric, are you referring to Deputy Brock?
No, I believe I'm speaking to Eric Wolf on Marquette General EMS.
Okay.
No, it could be less worse. Okay, so.
There's two other people sitting on the other side of these cars. I think one of them's got a closed head injury. So take this first. I'm looking at extremity injuries here. He's conscious, alert. Airway's good, but he doesn't remember the accident. Breathing?
Yep.
Breathing good. Catherine's over there. She's be able to tell you more about those two. Gotcha.
How are we doing? Leo, what's your last name? Mayana? Close.
So what hospital would I be transported to?
Marquette?
And how far are we from Marquette?
No, you're fine. I think they're gonna need help with their three over there.
Okay.
You wanna head that way? How we doing, Leo?
not the best.
Okay.
So who else is here?
Again, they're behind the car, so I can't really tell you, but we'll figure it out, okay?
Not the best, bud.
So this is Leo.
Hey, Leo.
I'm gonna help Matt over there.
What you got, Matt?
Anything hurt up here, Elaine?
Yes.
Yes.
How about this side?
Yep.
There's also. There's two there's one on the bottom.
Tingling in his arms, no meds, no allergies. Doesn't remember if he was in the car walking in the bathtub here, so.
These guys are priority. The other one doesn't seem to have any increase on the probably closed head.
Okay.
I think we're gonna work on getting him the stretcher in the truck right away.
Okay, sounds good. I hadn't looked at that one much. I just had brief closed head injury possible, so.
What's your name?
Leo.
Any medical problems? Heart, breathing? Take any medications?
22.
Allergic to anything?
No.
Okay. Where were you sitting in the car?
You guys,
I can't recollect. I was either driving or pushing.
you might have been pushing the bathtub or driving the car, just not sure. Right here, they were doing a fundraiser thing up the highway.
Okay. So one
You
car
pain
got
on this
rear-ended
arm?
by the other car. My pinky. It's not pain, but it's like tingles.
Any pain where I'm touching? Open the big center compartment. There's triangles, gauze, anything you should want.
Hey, how we doing?
Good, you?
Good.
Any pain up here?
This is Leo.
Hi. All right, how are you? Better. Hey, my name's Eric.
I think these guys are taking him is what they just said.
He just pointed
Okay, whoever.
this guy, but, all right.
Greg said this was gonna be the priority based on what he found over there, so.
Gotcha.
I was thinking closed head over there, but I didn't get a chance to fully assess Catherine.
How we doing, Leo?
Any pain on this side?
So they're gonna get a cot here, and then we're gonna get you up off the ground in a second, okay? All right.
All right, we're gonna.
So Eric, we're unsure if he was pushing that bathtub or driving the white car. He doesn't remember. Yeah, this guy doesn't either.
He's told me about something how at my house, the accident, what happened, this car, and then where was I? So he's definitely.
When we first got on the scene, there was a passerby that.
Somebody's on my toes right now.
We took him and put him over here. But nobody's sure if he was pushing the bathtub or driving the car, so.
Liam, this is gonna hurt a little bit, but we gotta splint that lower leg, okay? So I gotta try and pick it up just a bit to get our boards under, okay?
So take a deep breath, okay?
You tell me what the it is, Liam?
Leo.
Leo, I'm sorry.
That's my really think hard.
What month is it?
It is November 1st.
It is close.
You're pretty darn close. It's close enough for me.
Okay, nice slow deep breaths, okay? You're gonna split your leg a little bit. Eric, take some pictures with your phone of all this, or whatever. Yep, you got it.
Lieutenant, the Eric you're referring to there, is that Deputy Brock?
That would be yes.
Okay, I know it might be difficult to just track the sounds. One more question before we proceed. How many accidents have you responded to in your career as a sheriff's officer?
Multiple?
Multiple. Dozens? Less than dozens?
More than dozens?
More than dozens? Okay.
Every plate. I'll help you in a minute.
So does no one know?
Yeah, if you want to, because we're gonna get this cleaned up here. Go ahead, go grab some. You got time.
As far as I can tell, this is the only extremity injury that he's got. Everything else is stable.
How we doing, Leo?
I do.
Not the best.
Yeah, this stuff sucks.
She's grabbing it. So.
How you doing? How's your
Yes,
pain?
It's pretty bad. I'm like,
Okay, 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, what do you say your pain's at?
gotta give it a 10.
A 10? Okay.
I believe him. See down here?
Oh, don't tell me that.
I can't.
Oh, man.
Your other leg hurts too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Both of them hurt.
Hurts all the way up through his femurs, he said. How about your hips? Do your hips hurt?
I can't tell.
Under your butt, can you feel that?
Not particularly.
Okay, well, that's good.
After this wrap, when you come down and around,
I'm wondering if he wasn't pushing the bathtub. Right there.
the
That's
wraps
missing
around
the tire.
Yeah,
They're
really
coming
hurt.
to.
and this plane will tire.
See how it's hit?
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
So no one knows that.
Lieutenant, at some point in the incident, you did surrender C-spine to another person, correct?
I did.
Figure it out. You know? All we wanna do right now is make sure you're okay, all right?
I appreciate
That's what I'm thinking too. But they said that he was the driver earlier, but we'll find out. Okay, Missy? Yep, this
So I got a yellow, I got a chair.
Good. Okay.
Sorry, my hand.
I got good at this point, eh? Yeah. Oh. Leo, this is Catherine, okay? She's gonna take over C-spine for a little bit. Okay, ma'am. Were you driver of this vehicle? Okay, did they get all your information? Did they get all your information? Do you have, what kind of insurance do you have? Where were you headed? Okay, are you okay? You shook up? So your vehicle rolled, you're the only occupant? Okay, what's your name? Jamie, my name's Sheila, okay? We'll get you figured out. Where were you headed? Is that where you live?
No, I live on.
So you just, so do you remember what happened? What
I
happened?
was just driving and coming up the hill and I looked down and I was playing with the radio trying to get a song. It was totally just inattentive to the radio. And
Okay.
I looked up and right as I looked up, it was right there and it just right into it.
Okay,
Literally.
so did you hit
I thought I hit the white car.
the white car?
I recall a white car, like I just looked up. and
Okay,
it was
so
a
you
white car,
didn't
and
see
I was
them
like,
pushing,
"What's
you didn't see him pushing the bathtub at all? Okay, all right. How we doing?
Okay,
What you got?
I got the red truck registration.
Do you have a sequence of events of what happened though?
Yes, she
She hit the white car?
hit the white car.
Okay. Okay. Okay, was he driving or pushing
He
the,
was driving the red truck.
okay, was he pushing the cart though?
Yes, he was.
Okay, can you there's a gentleman named Eric right there in the blue sweatshirt. Can you let him know that Leo was in fact driving or pushing the cart? Okay, so you're all right? So do you have anybody at home to call?
Brian he was finished for me when it happened, somewhere
Okay.
probably right around.
So
the
we-
river right now.
We can get you back to Deer Lake. I'm not worried about that, okay? If that's where you wanna go. and
Oh,
we'll-
no, he'll be here in a
Okay,
couple minutes.
okay, all right. Is that your husband? Okay, all right. So you're not shook up, you're not hurt, you're not anything right now, other than shook up?
Jill, really bad.
Okay.
I know this
Hey.
is my fault.
Okay, so things happen and don't beat yourself up because it happens all the time, okay? Next time you'll be a little more attentive and that'll just make you a better driver, okay? It's okay. How old are you?
41.
41? Okay. Nobody's critical, okay? All right, so we'll keep you updated. Just sit tight. Okay. So do you have everything written down on that?
The red truck was in front, pushing a white vehicle in the maroon Jeep.
So do we have a sequence of events of everybody's license
Yeah.
plate?
Yes,
Everybody's
I have
driving?
Pictures of all the license plates,
Okay,
pictures from back there,
okay.
coming up the scene, all the plates.
Okay, so we're gonna give this back to her then? We have all this information. Did you take pictures of all these? Might wanna do that.
Yes.
Doing okay? And you're sure you're not injured at all? Okay. Cause your airbags went off, I just want you to know. Do you have her, then you wanna start getting records coming too?
We got two.
Okay. Okay, hon, what do you got?
I have vehicle registration information and
Okay.
insurance.
And is this on the red? Or,
That's on the red.
okay, here's on the red,
Okay.
Ready?
and you're not hurt at all?
No.
So you were,
Just the last one.
so what were you driving, the red truck?
Okay, there's
Okay, did you get hit? Yes.
I was not hit.
it pushed, looks like it just pushed the
Pushed
tub
the-
into
The
it.
bathtub into it? Okay.
What's this one for?
Registration on the red.
Red. So we need a registration
So
on.
you have your license? Did you get his
I
license?
don't have my
He
license.
doesn't have it. I got his numbers, so.
How about did you get phone numbers for everybody? How about a phone number for you?
You got it.
Brandon, right?
Yep.
What's your number, bud?
989 824 0263.
And his last name was Sumner, Somner.
SOMM.
Brandon McKnight, 4598.
Yep.
So I got his stuff.
Okay.
I got.
You got a
hers.
phone number for her? Get a phone number for her? So we passed you guys earlier. So he was in fact pushing, so she hit the white car then hit him?
Yeah.
Okay, so those people are over here then?
Should be in there.
Okay, and are they already in an ambulance in there?
It looks like they are.
So where were you guys?
We're in the red truck.
You're in the red truck with you? How about you, hon?
I wasn't here.
You weren't here?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. So driver of this vehicle then is in the,
It's going to the hospital.
okay, all right. You have their information? Let's go see if we can get that quick. Let's go this way. Hey guys,
Doing okay?
can we get the driver's name?
Leo Mayana.
Okay.
Little white Benz.
Yep.
Leo Mayana.
Is that you or him?
That's neither of us.
Neither of you.
Yeah, but I can spell his name.
Okay, Leo, they said was pushing the bathtub.
Oh, then my memory's not
Okay,
right. I'm really
all right.
sorry. I know I wasn't driving, and I'm being.
So could he be driver? Okay.
You have told me you were driving.
Do we have a name on him at all?
This is Steven. Okay, got it. Steven, that's-
Hey guys, I know. I got screwed up.
Okay.
I know that.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Got him?
Yeah, that ran
All right.
it out too. So I got him.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, so we got
Good luck.
red truck,
Okay,
we got the white car,
you got a New Jersey.
yeah, we got a New Jersey plate on there. I called in all the plates.
Okay,
Got
did you
pictures
tell
of
them?
all.
okay.
So I got all the drivers.
So do we have any airbags that are not deployed on the red?
No air
So no airbags on the red.
damage to the.
So this we can pull off
Everybody
the
who was in
road.
here, fine.
And you got a picture of the bathtub? Okay. Where's this backboard go, Eric?
That is yours.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
There's a cell phone on the ground. I don't know if it's his.
I have no clue where this might go. Yeah. We're gonna go like this. Hi. Hey, Eric. We're gonna see if we can get. Yeah, we're gonna have to get some traffic moving out of through here. We'll let these guys go first. Hey, AJ. When they're ready, let's get them turned around.
Out of here, yes.
So they're gonna start IVs and drugs. So we're gonna be a minute. Hey, sir. So can you give your contact information to that gentleman up there and your phone number? Yep. I want to get them out of here and then we'll open up some traffic. I didn't know where your backboard went, Matt. So this vehicle, can we pull this off the road? Because it's drivable. So let's get this off the road. As soon as this rig goes right here, which they should be going here shortly, we're gonna get your rig off the road here. Okay. You guys want to help throw that bathtub in the back of it? Are you comfortable driving? You guys got enough to drive?
Yeah, I can drive.
Somebody can drive. Do you want to whip that in the back of your truck and then we'll get.
For benefit of court, jury, and counsel, there's another clip here that's not, I think it's
This
about
at least
12
off
more
the
minutes.
roadway so we can get this road open back up. Yeah, yep.
As far as pictures and stuff.
Yeah, I think we got enough.
At some point, maybe we'll get these 2 lanes going.
Yeah. Thank you. Does he have something in here, Perry? Okay. Their bathtub's hung up. The metal's stuck in it's stuck in the back of their tailgate.
Everybody seem okay?
The guy pushing is messed up. He was pushing the bathtub. It was a fundraiser thing where they pushed the bathtub. So she was messing with the radio, hit this white car behind him, which hit the bathtub, shoved it into the.
He wasn't even protected by nothing.
Well, he had 2 cars in between him that were with him, but.
Slowed it down some.
Did you get a picture of the front of these vehicles? Because this one hit the boy pushing the bathtub. Did you get a picture of the bathtub before it was moved? Did you get in the bathtub though?
Yes.
On the back? Okay.
Right here. Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Let me
Perfect.
go back to the
Perfect.
beginning. Okay, so I started right here.
Okay.
Start.
Good. Yep. Good.
Closer.
Good. Keep going. Going.
Closer.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep
There's
going.
the plate,
Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Perfect. All right. Good.
and then there's the plate.
Okay, they got that up. I'm gonna have them pull that vehicle off of here. Okay? They're gonna start sweeping. You guys got more, you have more than one.
I don't know, this would give out that much.
There are more brooms.
Yeah, we got one going on our engine. I think Catherine's getting right now. It's over here.
I think Perry is getting something to get that bathtub out of here. So she needs to be cited.
Yes.
So we have all of our patients taken care of?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So all we got now is clean up and traffic control.
Yep. And she needs to be cited. So we gotta, you wanna go start writing a ticket for her?
I should have. She's been being distracted.
Yeah, she told me the same thing. She was playing with the radio. We get another. Hey, Matt, you grab me a broom, I'll start sweeping. you can get in it if you want, so we can get everybody off the road. I'll start sweeping if you guys wanna. Okay, tell them they're not needed unless they're coming through. Did they call you? Did they call you for one? Oh, I think they got all four. Just so you know.
All the patients are young.
I don't know. Yeah, let's get sweeping. Let's get so they can get through. At least get it into this lane so we can get this one open. At least get it over the line so we can get them through.
I'm gonna skip ahead of the sweeping part here.
I just wouldn't want to drive through it and get everybody with flat tires. Holy shit. Did they call wreckers?
Asking, where's Rocky?
Over there.
I'll ask him if he did.
I thought they dispatched him. Here they come. Never mind. He did. Young kid like that needs a break? Come on. Oh, because I want to get this highway open. What's up?
Careless, negligent manner likely to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is responsible for civil.
Yeah. That's being generous because you can give her
Yeah,
records. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's an accident, traffic crash there. See that? Hi. Thought I saw you this morning.
Well, Lieutenant, we've already talked about the fact that you wear several hats at the Elgin County Sheriff's Office. When you were on scene, did it occur to you to preserve evidence in any way?
Can you explain?
How about this? Did it occur to you to contact, say, an accident reconstructionist?
I didn't feel that an accident reconstructionist was necessarily needed at the time. So I did not call one. I didn't contact.
Okay. There was some discussion on the video there, and you may not have seen it, about citation. Was the defendant ultimately cited?
She was.
For what charge?
Careless driving.
Okay. What's the speed limit on that stretch of roadway at the time?
65 miles an hour.
Is there a minimum speed limit?
No.
Just some other last housekeeping issues. Who runs the EMS services in Elgin County?
They're ran out of the sheriff's department, Elgin EMS.
Okay. Is that somewhat unique in the state?
It is.
Okay, okay. And in most counties, who handles the EMS duties?
They're separate from the sheriff's office in most counties.
Okay. One moment, Judge. No more questions for Lieutenant Peters, Judge.
Okay, before we begin cross, maybe it would be a good time to take a few minutes break. Always after lunch, there's a bit of a lull, and I like to take a break about an hour after. So we'll recess for 10 minutes. Please don't discuss the case yet. All rise. We'll reconvene at 20 minutes after, according to the clock in the courtroom. Court will be in recess.
She said dozens, I think, so. His investigation is so hard, we need to get into some of these things. Do you want? No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, she's covered some of this ground, right? So we don't really know if they're. Well, I mean, you can go through some of this, but, what's that? But I think. That process of the crime scene, if she didn't know that, bring it as an investigator. So I'm like, well, then she was doing it as a crime. So you could want to circle back and ask about that. You didn't take measurements of vehicles, they didn't take, ordinarily when you're doing a crime scene investigation, you have the little tags that you put in, you take pictures of the doing any of that kind of stuff. The investigators, yeah, something. Yeah, go ahead.
All back from the script, so.
Well, I don't know, but I just want to make sure we cover everything. And I think you've got everything covered. I think we're going to try to to the extent possible, that's what the more important thing at this point.
Okay.
Because a lot of the mileage got taken by the fact that we just think, you know what I mean, like.
Right, so I want to focus on, okay, so she's. She didn't.
Yeah, you want to talk about that, okay?
You know, the first scene, and she was the lead officer, and he could come in questions.
And we saw that in the video, right?
Right, and so I just wanted.
Yep. Right, yeah, totally.
Did you, so, it was confirmed that he wrote it, but it was under your direction.
Yeah, yep. Careless driving is civil act, not a crime.
Right. Okay, let's see.
Oh,
I'm like on your.
Shut this off.
begin cross-examination. Lieutenant Peters is back on.
Lieutenant Peters, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. You said you've been a police officer for about 20 years, is that right?
I was certified in 2004.
2004, okay. I'm not very good at math, so everyone knows. So over the course of your time since 2004 as a police officer, you have been involved in a variety of police investigations, is that right?
That's correct.
You've investigated civil infractions as well as crimes.
Yes.
You and Deputy Brock were the first on scene at the accident, first police presence on the scene at the accident involving this fraternity group and Miss Houghton, is that right?
Yes.
And you were the lead police officer at the scene?
By rank, I'm lead, but I took on a EMS role.
So Deputy Brock became the lead police officer, is that right?
Correct.
Were you available for him to ask you questions, and could you direct him? Was that opportunity available?
Yes, I'm always available for questions.
And Deputy Brock wrote Miss Houghton a ticket. We saw that on the video, right?
Yes.
And he was acting under your direction regarding the ticket.
I believe Deputy Brock came to the same conclusion. That's why he wrote the ticket.
Based on your knowledge and experience as a police officer for some time, you made the determination that this incident fell under what should be cited as a civil infraction, not a crime, correct?
At the time, we wrote her for careless because of the actions that happened.
And just because you ticket someone for a civil infraction does not necessarily mean that they're guilty of that, is that right?
That's correct.
This scene was not processed and treated as a crime scene, correct?
As a
crime scene.
It was treated as an accident scene.
There was no direction or action taken to preserve the scene as a crime scene, is that right?
We preserved it as an accident scene.
You did not tape off the road to take measurements of the vehicles, right?
We did not.
Or gouges in the roadway, or calling in an accident investigator to preserve the scene for later accident reconstruction, correct?
We did not, no.
Based on what you knew at the scene, and you kind of already touched on this, so I'm sorry to kind of tread the same ground. You were investigating this as a civil infraction, correct?
As an accident scene, yes.
And you could have called for some more experienced backup, like the members of the Michigan State Police?
We could have, yes.
Or others from the Alger County Sheriff's Office, correct?
We could have, yes.
You said you drove past the fraternity group earlier in the day, is that right?
We did somewhere along our patrol.
Can you confirm the lineup of the group was from the rear, the white Mercedes and the bathtub, and then the truck in the lead? Is that sound accurate?
I can't say 100% other than we passed them. I wouldn't be able to say which order they were in.
Okay. And the roadway in this particular area is structured with two lanes heading westbound towards Marquette and one lane headed eastbound towards Munising, right?
That's correct.
And you pass them in the eastbound lane opposing traffic, right? You didn't come up from behind and pass them, you passed them in the opposite direction?
I'm not certain where we even saw them. If it was in town, I can't honestly tell you where we saw them that day.
You testified at an earlier hearing about a year ago that you were opposing traffic when you passed them.
Yeah, I could have been. I honestly don't remember where I even saw them at.
Did you notice any emergency flashers on the Mercedes or the red truck when you passed them?
No, I don't even recall where I passed them, so.
You testified at that same hearing that I referenced and you said, I did not notice any. Does that sound, do you recall that hearing?
I do recall the hearing.
Do you recall stating that you did not notice any emergency flashers?
That would probably be accurate.
No signage along the road?
No signage, no.
We just watched the video, so I guess between, if that video refreshes your recollection, and just your actual memory, did you notice any light bars or strobe lights or any lights that they maybe rented to alert traffic? Slow moving way?
No.
No trail car set back at an appropriate placement with a sign that said convoy ahead?
No, I did not see that.
Sergeant Peters, in your experience, does it seem customary for drivers to sometimes attend to things within the cabin of the vehicle, like adjusting the radio?
Absolutely.
And that's normal driving behavior?
I would say yes.
And it's true that sometimes drivers take their eyes off the roadway ahead of them to attend to things like what's happening in the rearview mirror.
That's fair, yes.
And check your blind spot. You're actually required to.
Right.
Was Ms. Houghton ever asked how long she was attending to her radio?
I did not ask her how long. I'm not sure if Deputy Brock did.
So it's fair to say that it could have been her just glancing at her radio.
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a couple, Judge. Council referenced a prior hearing where you said you did not notice any emergency flashers the first time you saw the kids are on the side of the road. Does that mean that they weren't on unequivocally?
I can't recall.
Okay. Council also talked briefly about checking your rear view, checking your blind spot. As a driver, how long should that take you?
Not very long.
And I don't know, it was kind of difficult because you're basically not seeing the video, you're only hearing it based on our circumstances here. But do you recall the defendant's exact words concerning her operation of the radio?
I believe she said she looked down to adjust the radio.
Okay. Would you like to see it again? That refresh your memory to the exact word.
Sure.
All right.
Your Honor, I'd like to make an objection. We've already watched the video once, and I'm not sure why it's necessary for us to tread the same ground.
Go ahead, Mr. Steinoff, respond to the objection.
I mean, if we can stipulate to the defendant's exact words.
Do you remember what the exact, can you remind her what the exact words are?
I don't remember the exact words, Your Honor.
All right, well, let's, this is subject to redirect, and it is a topic that was brought up on cross, so I will allow the short video concerning the defendant's statement at the scene.
Thank you, Judge. And we're not going 30 more minutes on this thing.
Okay, sorry, my hands are pretty chilly. I feel good at this point, eh? Yeah, do you have, what kind of insurance do you have? Where were you headed? Okay, are you okay? Just shook up? So your vehicle rolled, you're the only occupant? Okay, what's your name? Jamie, my name's Sheila, okay? We'll get you figured out. Where were you headed? Is that where you live?
No, I live on like 45 miles from here.
So you so do you remember what happened? What
I
happened?
was just driving and coming up the hill and I looked down and I was playing with the radio trying to get a song. I was totally just being inattentive to the radio.
What did she say? It was kind of quiet here. Did you hear that?
I heard her say I looked down and was trying to get a song, and then I couldn't make out what she said after that.
No additional redirect.
Okay, any final recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. That'll complete your testimony, Lieutenant Peters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
The people call Leo Mayana. While we're waiting, Your Honor, I'm gonna make a record here of pulling this disc that had the video on it out of the player here, putting it into its sleeve. That's marked as People's 3, and then I'm gonna publish to the court with permission.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last?
Yes, Leo Mayana. Last name is spelled Maiorana.
Okay. And where in general do you live? I guess you don't have to say the address, but where do you live?
Right now in Marquette, Michigan.
Okay. And what do you do in Marquette?
I go to school. I'm a
Okay.
student at Northern.
Northern? Okay. And what do you study there?
Chemistry.
Chemistry. Okay. And on November 2nd of 2019, were you in kind of the same situation?
Yes.
Okay. On that date, were you also involved in a traffic crash?
Yes.
Okay. And as a little bit of background, I guess, what were you doing on that day?
So I'm in a fraternity at Northern, Tau Kappa Epsilon, and we do it's called a tub push. So it's a walk for St. Jude's and a local charity in Marquette that we try to raise money for. So we were pushing a tub from Sault Ste. Marie back to Marquette.
Okay. And pretend we know nothing. What do you mean pushing a tub?
Right. So it's a little hard to explain. It's kind of like an old tradition for the fraternity. It's a wheelbarrow kind of thing. And we go to Sault Ste. Marie and we push this wheelbarrow on the road from Sault Ste. Marie to Marquette.
The entire way?
The whole way, yep.
Okay, and this is something the fraternity does every year, is that right?
Yes, it's been like a tradition for I think something like 60 years.
Oh, wow. So does the same person push this thing from the Sioux all the way to Marquette?
No, so we have like shifts, so we'll have different groups of guys that take turns pushing it.
Okay. And on this date, on November 2nd of 2019, were you involved in this push?
Yes.
Do you, what do you remember about that day?
So I remember getting up early and we drove up to, not exactly sure where, but we drove to relieve the last group of guys that were pushing the tub. And just remember it was kind of a normal day. We were just switching off. There was nothing like, no crazy weather, nothing special about the day, but we were just pushing the tub, taking shifts. And then the next thing I remember, I was kind of on this, just woke up on the side of the road and yeah, I just saw my car kind of destroyed and couldn't really move.
When you say your car, what do you mean your car?
So we had two cars, one in the back for supposed to be safety, both cars, one in the back with the hazards on, one in the front with the hazards on, just for visibility. So we had a car behind whoever was pushing the wheelbarrow, and it was me at the time of the crash, and then a car in front.
Okay. And prior to the crash, do you know how long you were pushing?
I'm not exactly sure. It was probably our group, probably about 3 hours, maybe, more or less.
So what's the last thing you remember before you woke up on the side of the road?
I just remember pushing the wheelbarrow, so I was just on the side pushing it.
Okay. And after you woke up, what happened?
So the first time that I woke up, I saw my car and it was kind of destroyed, and I just kind of felt and heard like cars going real fast, like right by my head. I just thought like I gotta get out of the road because I'm gonna have my head run over. And I remember just not being able to move, and I said like I can't move, and I just kind of passed out again.
Okay. What injuries did you sustain as a result of this crash?
So both of my legs were shattered from the knee down. I had to have my first surgery a couple days after the crash. They put rods down both my legs, and then I had plates on my right leg. I also had a slip disc in my back and a concussion.
Okay. And how long were you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital. It's like I think it was 2 weeks, around 2 weeks.
Okay. And you said you had a surgery a few days after the crash. Do you have any other surgeries?
Yeah, so the first surgery was ended up being non-union, so my bones didn't heal well after the first surgery, so I had to have another 2 surgeries just this past January, so about a year later.
Were you medicated as a result of these injuries as well?
Yeah, so I was on a lot of medication. I remember the second time I woke up in the ambulance, I remember they gave me fentanyl, and then in the hospital I was on Dilaudid. I was on Percocets for 3-4 months after the incident at least.
Okay. Was that the extent of the medication for your injuries, 3 or 4, for the length of time that you took it?
No, so I was on kind of a lot of other medications, so just a bunch of vitamins, and then because of other medications, I needed stool softeners, I needed blood thinners, I had to have injections twice a day of blood thinners.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what we're gonna call in this room, People's Proposed Exhibit 4. And that's gonna be 4A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I'm gonna show it to the defense first. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, help me out here. Mr. Mayana.
That's right.
All right. Could you tell me what these are?
So these are my legs right after the crash.
You know about how long after those photographs were taken?
Probably the week that it happened. So the first two were my legs and some scars. The second one, I did sustain some injuries to the face. So that's my face, my head. And then again, some pictures of my legs and my feet.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate representations of how your body looked after the crash?
I would say so. I would say in person it was kind of a little worse.
Okay. Are you saying the pictures don't do it justice?
I would kind of say that, yeah.
Move to admit number 4.
Any objection? Is
No.
it 4 through A through G?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Permission to publish?
People's exhibits number 4, A through G, inclusive, will be
Oh, I'm
received
sorry.
in evidence, and you may publish to the jury at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll let the jury review that before we continue with questions.
May I approach the back?
You may.
Records are showing publishing number 4 to the court.
Thank you.
Do you, Mr. Mayana, do you still require any further treatment for these, for this visit?
So I do physical therapy. I kind of just ended with a physical therapist, just for kind of monetary reasons. So I just take what they kind of taught me, and I still go into the gym. I'm still kind of unable to run, like jump or walk very fast, so I'm still recovering.
What, from the time of the incident to now, could you describe your rehabilitative programming?
Yeah, so right after the first surgery, I was in a wheelchair for 2 to 3 months. Kind of had to relearn how to walk. In that 3 months, it was just mostly changing bandages, kind of learning how to get around in a wheelchair, kind of transfer onto a toilet or in the shower, onto a bed. And then after that 3 months, it was kind of just getting off narcotics and kind of learning how to stand and walk again. It's just a lot of PT, so a lot of walking. I went from the wheelchair to a walker to a cane. That took about half a year, 6 months, until I was finally able to walk around without a cane. And then from there, it was a lot of physical therapy to kind of try to get back to where I was. And then I kind of, after the second surgery, I had to repeat that process again, which I wasn't in a wheelchair as long, but it's still kind of a process to relearn.
No more questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination, Ms. Henderson.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mayana, we've met once before, I think, is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Had a hearing about a year ago.
That's right.
I heard you describe just now the injuries that you sustained in this accident, and am I correct in understanding that the primary injuries that you had were to your legs? The most serious, I would say.
That's correct, yeah.
You mentioned you also had a slipped disc in your back.
Yeah.
Was that, do you know which, was it high up in the back or low in the
It
back?
was the low back.
Okay,
Yeah.
so kind of part of the compression that you experienced, if you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works, yeah.
And you also had a concussion, as I understand, is that correct?
That's right.
Did the concussion affect your ability to remember what happened that day?
I would say that a concussion would not affect the memory of before the concussion. Again, I don't really remember the incident of the crash. I just remember kind of waking up. But afterwards, I would say the concussion did affect my memory from that point on. But beforehand, I can't see how a concussion would affect my memory before a concussion.
Well, we watched before you came to the courtroom a video of the first responders on the scene, and there was quite a lot of footage actually of what you were saying in the immediate aftermath of the crash. At the time, it didn't seem that you knew whether you had been driving the Mercedes or were pushing the bathtub.
That's right.
So your memory as to what you were doing immediately before was affected, right?
Right. Yep.
I had asked you previously about some of the safety precautions that your group had taken in putting forth this charity event, right? You remember that?
I do.
And what were those safety precautions that you took?
So we had 2 cars, one in the front, one in the back. Both cars had the emergency lights on. I believe our president had said they called the local police stations. I mean, I didn't call them myself, so I'm not sure on that, but that's what I was told.
Okay. So your understanding was the safety precautions were emergency flashers and the 2 cars.
That's right.
Were there rules about how close the cars could be traveling to each other in terms of distance to each other in the bathtub?
there was no set rules, but I feel like we were kind of all understood that to not drive very close to the person that was pushing it out.
Were there any precautions that were taken to stay on the side or the shoulder of the roadway rather than in the lane of traffic?
Yeah, so that was basically a rule or understood by everybody. We were just told to stay on the side of the highway and just keep off to the side.
And by the side, you mean the shoulder?
Yep.
Were you on the shoulder of the road at the time of this collision?
Yes.
Did you ever stray from being on the shoulder onto the lane of traffic?
No, I was very careful about not walking in the street.
If the physical evidence at the scene shows that you were in fact in the lane of travel, would you agree with me that the physical evidence would be more reliable than your memory?
I would say that that might be true. I don't know what physical evidence there would be, but sure.
And similarly, if you were mistaken about whether you were in the lane of travel, you might also be mistaken about whether the hazards were on. Do you agree with me?
No, I was almost certain, and I'm actually 100% certain I was both not in the lane of traffic and the hazards were on.
If you weren't the person that was driving the Mercedes at the time of the collision, you weren't the one who was actually in control of the hazards, is that right?
Well, it was my car, and I started driving, so I did turn the hazards on myself, and I was standing in between both cars, so I did have a view of both hazards on.
You were not the one who was in control of the hazards in the vehicle at the time of the collision, correct?
That's right.
Are you seeking financial compensation for any of these injuries?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, you know, auto insurance provides coverage for injuries for like medical expenses and other expenses. Is that something that you are seeking?
Yes.
Okay, and have you received coverage for any of those injuries?
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak on that.
Well, there's not an objection, so you can ask the question if you know.
Objection. Relevance.
I think it is probative of bias, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay, so what was the question?
Are you seeking financial compensation for your injuries?
Yes.
And have you received any financial compensation for your injuries?
Yes.
Have all of your claims been paid?
No.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Before we do redirect, does anyone on the jury have any questions of this witness? Okay, apparently not. Go ahead.
Just a couple, Judge. One thing I forgot to ask you, Mr. Mayana, is how old are you?
Oh, I am 24 years old.
Okay, and on November 2nd of 2019, how old were you?
I believe I was 21. It was like a few days before my birthday, so I was either 21 or 22.
Okay. And just a couple questions on memory. The video that was mentioned by Attorney Henderson, have you ever seen that video?
No.
Okay. And secondarily, has your recollection of the events from immediately after to say a week after, did your memory come back or go out in any way?
Yes, I specifically recollect being on this side of the road and the EMTs asking me like what happened, and I specifically remember at the first 10 seconds they asked me like who was driving, and I thought it was me, and then 2 minutes later I remembered I wasn't driving, I was on the road.
Okay. All right, that's all I wanted to cover. Okay.
Any final recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Next witness.
The people called Dr. Sean Hendin.
You can stay in here if you want. Or you can-
Please come forward, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last?
My name is Sean Hendrin. Last name is Hendren.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at UP Health System Marquette in the emergency department.
Okay, and what about in November of 2019? Where were you employed?
Same place.
All right. What do you do there?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
Okay, so I can call you Dr. Hendrin, correct?
Sure.
All right. That would not be inaccurate.
That's not inaccurate.
How long have you been a medical doctor?
I'm in my 9th year of practice now.
Okay. And you mentioned it, but just to clarify, what kind of a doctor are you?
I specialize in emergency medicine. So you walk into the ER and you see me.
All right. What schooling did you obtain to have that designation?
I went to the University of Iowa Medical School, the Carver College of Medicine, and then I did my residency training at Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo.
All right. I assume you had to obtain a bachelor's degree to go to those.
Yep, I got a bachelor's in chemistry and Spanish at Hope College downstate in Holland, Michigan.
Okay. Okay. And are you what they'd say is board certified?
Correct.
Okay. And are you a member of any say professional organizations that accompany that designation?
It's separate from the designation, but yes, I am a member of the American College of Emergency Physicians and the American Academy of Emergency Medicine.
Okay. Over the course of your career and in becoming a medical doctor, have you published anything related to this field?
Yes, I have a publication that I did in medical school related to ATV injuries in pediatric patients in rural Iowa. And then I did a publication when I was in residency on salicylate toxicity, which is a type of traditionally thought of as like aspirin toxicity poisoning.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever testified in court before?
Once.
Once before? You know, at this time, I move to qualify Dr. Hendrin as an expert in the field of emergency medicine.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, this witness shall be deemed an expert in the field of emergency medicine. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Do you know an individual named Leo Mayana?
Not personally, but I know I took care of him as a patient back in November of 2019.
Okay. And I noticed you have something in front of you there. But until or unless it's necessary, I'm asking you to flip it over.
Sure.
And so could you describe the circumstances that brought you to be in contact with Mr. Mayana?
Yeah, I was working a shift and there was a call that the ambulance was bringing in a couple trauma patients related to motor vehicle accident that struck some pedestrians on M28.
Okay. And what's your, to the best of your recollection, I guess, what were your observations of Mr. Mayana when you first saw him?
Yeah, a lot of the recollection is from reviewing his medical record, but I do recall some parts of it even without that review. I remember that he had some evidence of a blood to head injury and was kind of concussed. He was confused a little bit surrounding the circumstances of what had happened. And I recall that he had some significant injuries to his lower legs that had resulted from the trauma.
Was he in pain?
Yes.
Do you, are you able to recall what medications he had been given as a result prior to your examination of him?
Yep, he was given, I believe, some fentanyl by the EMS crew prior to arrival through his IV.
Did you order any further medication?
Yes, in the ER, he also received additional doses of fentanyl and subsequently doses of Dilaudid or hydromorphone.
Okay.
Along with a dose of IV ketorolac or Toradol is what that's referred to as.
Why? Why would you give him that medication?
For pain control.
Now,
You referenced those documents again. Is that the medical record there?
Yep. it's-
Okay, and you can continue to leave it there. I'm just curious here. And does that document there contain the documentation of his injuries?
Yes.
Let's continue to go off memory. Could you describe the extent of the injuries? Like, what was wrong with him?
Yep. His primary injuries were he had a concussion and think of it as a goose egg to his forehead. And then he had fractures to his both sides, lower extremities below the knee. So he had fractures on his right side. I believe it was he had fractures to both the tibia and the fibula, which are the two bones that make up the lower portion of the leg below the knee. And on the left side, he had a fracture to his left tibia, just one of the two bones.
Were the fractures that well, let's start with the concussion effect. What, how do you diagnose a concussion?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a clinical diagnosis. By definition, it is a head injury without any abnormalities noted on neuroimaging. So, meaning he had a CT of his head performed while he was in the ED that was normal, but had evidence of a brain injury where he had a lot of repetitive questioning and some confusion that goes along with that.
Okay. Okay. Fractures. Were the fractures noticeable to the naked eye?
Yes, you could see, without getting an X-ray, I knew he had broken bones in his legs.
How?
There was gross deformity to the legs. There wasn't an open laceration where I could see bone, but you could feel the bone out of place, and you could visually see that it was out of place.
I'm gonna show you some things here. Did you order x-rays on the victim here?
Yes.
Did you subsequently review those x-rays?
Yes, along with the radiologist.
Okay, I'm gonna mark an exhibit here as people's proposed number 5. I'm gonna go 5A, B, C, A, B, C, D.
Yeah, the record should show him presenting said exhibit to defense at this time.
For review. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Dr. Hendin, do you recognize these documents?
So I recognize the first two as being preoperative x-rays that I would have seen. The other two show some hardware that he had placed subsequently by the orthopedist. So I have not reviewed these, but
okay. I'll take those back from you.
Yep.
And at this time, I'd ask to introduce people's 5A and B as exhibits for the court.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, and you.
Well,
Go ahead, sorry, Your Honor.
people's exhibit number 5A and B will be received in evidence. Please
You can
proceed.
hang on to those, Dr. Hendin, for a minute. When you encountered Mr. Mayana for the first time, could he walk?
no.
So people come into the emergency room, EMTs, do they tell you what went on?
Yeah, they'll give a brief report of what the reported injury was and what they've noted for injury patterns and any vital sign abnormalities and what therapies they've initiated in the field.
Were your observations of Mr. Mayana consistent with their report?
Yes.
Is it your opinion then that the injuries you've described were the result of a traffic crash?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say, or is it your opinion, rather, that the injuries were fresh?
Yes, these are acute fractures, meaning they've happened recently.
So it's not something that happened 2 weeks ago?
Correct. You would see on the x-rays would have a different appearance.
Oh. What about the concussion?
The concussion, he had evidence of a recent head injury. You could tell that he had, a goose egg that looked fresh and correlated certainly with the concussion symptoms that he was having. So I would make a reasonable presumption that this is also acute.
Would that be your opinion?
Yes.
So now to a little bit of the doctor stuff, then we'll wrap up. What'd you do about it?
Yeah.
Let's start with the legs.
So the legs, once we were able to identify the fractures, that they were closed, that he had good pulses, sensation, motor function, they didn't need to be emergently reduced. So we splinted them to help immobilize the fracture, to basically bridge him to surgery, knowing that he would need to have this operatively repaired.
Okay. Did you perform the surgery?
I did not perform the surgery.
Okay. So when did your role with Mr. Mayana end?
When he left the emergency department.
Okay.
To go to the medical floor, I believe is where he went.
Before he went where?
When he went to the medical floor, I don't think he went to the ICU, but I think when he went to the medical floor.
What does that mean? I picture a hospital. I think every floor is a
Yeah, so there's different levels of care within the hospital in terms of, we have the intensive care unit, kind of a step down unit where you would go if you're not quite sick enough to need the intensive care unit, but not quite healthy enough to go to a standard medical floor. And I think he went to a standard medical floor.
So you didn't perform any surgeries. Do you know if somebody else did?
I believe, I know he was evaluated by the orthopedic surgeon in the emergency department, Dr. Blotter. I'm not sure if he was the operating physician who ultimately performed the rods that you showed me on the other x-rays.
Okay.
But I would suspect that he was.
Now, are you able to answer this? What's the recovery time for injury like this?
I'm not an orthopedist, but I can say even just with a fracture that doesn't need operative intervention, even ones that are not as displaced or deformed as this, we're typically talking in the ballpark of 6 to 8 weeks. With more extensive fractures like this that often require pinning or rods or more intensive care, it's going to go up.
And last question, I think this might be more in your wheelhouse. What needs to recover? Like what needs to happen for recovery?
Yeah, so the bones need to be stabilized in a way that he's going to be able to put weight back on it. And then once that has happened through pinning or rods or screws, then the bone will start to remodel and form what we call a callus, whereas new bone forms in the area that the existing fracture sites were at.
I see. Can I see that exhibit and may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, I appreciate that. May I approach the jury?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I'm publishing to the jury, People's Exhibit 5, D, and B.
And we'll wait again until the jury has reviewed those exhibits before we proceed with more questioning. Mr. Steinhoff.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, last question, Doctor. Do you recognize Mr. Mayana in the courtroom today?
I think this might be him, but I'm actually not sure.
Okay, record should reflect that. Prior to the comments or during the comments, the witness is pointed at the individual in the courtroom.
Okay,
No more questions for Dr. Hendin from the people.
thank you. You may cross-examine Ms. Henderson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Hendren, I heard you describe Mr. Mayarano's injuries as primary injuries as including a concussion. By the use of the term primary, does that suggest that it was a major injury that he had, or minor, or just a noteworthy injury?
I would say noteworthy. It's hard to know, at least initially, with concussion, how severe it's going to be. It often takes a long time to sort out how long it's going to last and how severe the symptoms are going to be. So I would just say one of the injuries, not necessarily the primary injury.
Okay. And I understand that his CT scan did not show anything abnormal, but there were behavioral markers that led you to believe that he had a concussion.
Correct. At least intracranially, he did have evidence of that kind of the goose egg I was describing. You could see that on CT as well, but in terms of what we're thinking of the brain, yeah, it was normal.
Okay. And he was asking questions repetitively, yes?
Correct.
He was confused.
Correct.
Memory loss was also a part of that constellation of symptoms?
Correct.
And that's pretty typical of a concussion, that memory loss, correct?
Yes.
What is your understanding of the mechanics of the car accident itself in this case?
Yeah, it wasn't quite clear to me when it was described what was actually happening with this cart or tub that was being pushed. I wasn't familiar with this until I saw it in the newspaper the following day. But as I understood, he had just been struck by a vehicle. I wasn't sure if he was hit from behind or head on. He wasn't really sure because he was confused and amnestic to the event. So I didn't really know. I just knew he'd been hit by a car somehow.
Okay. And so you did not have an understanding of whether he was sandwiched in between two vehicles or?
I don't know.
Is there a way to tell how serious Mr. Mayarana's injuries might be if he was simply struck from behind versus being sandwiched between two cars?
If you were sandwiched between two cars and pinned for a while, you might worry about some additional injury to the musculature that can happen from a crush injury, where you can get something called rhabdomyolysis or development of compartment syndromes. So it does have some clinical bearing, at least in terms of the subsequent days if those complications were to develop. But in the initial phase, no, not really.
Okay. And you don't have any idea in this particular case whether Mr. Mayarana's injuries were the result of the sandwiching versus just being struck from behind?
Correct.
Would you say that his leg injuries were the principal, most serious injury that he had?
I would say that, yes.
And did you have any contact with Mr. Mayarana after he was discharged from the ER to the main hospital floor?
No.
So was your last contact with him sometime the day of November 2nd?
Correct.
All right. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
Does anyone on the jury have any questions of Dr. Hendren? Apparently not. Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. Next witness.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you for coming in, Doctor. He can go, right?
Any objection to excusing this?
No, thank you for coming
Doctor?
in.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
So, Your Honor, this concluded my first round, but I do have an additional witness that has come. Mr. Brucesi is here. I'm comfortable proceeding with them. I just need about 5 minutes to go grab my notes on them.
Okay, very well. We'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll meet back at 3:28. All right, 10 minutes. All rise. You may return to the jury room. Court will be in recess. Okay, we're back in session. We'll bring the jury back out at this time. One more to go. Please be seated. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. People call Stephen Brues.
Please come forward, sir. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please be seated, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Could you say your name and spell your last name?
Yes, Stephen Bruzzese, Bruzzese.
As you could guess, it's been a matter of much debate in this room on the pronunciation of the last name. Just a little background. Where do you live now in general?
Marquette, Michigan.
Okay. And what do you do there?
School.
At Northern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about in November of 2019? Same?
Yep.
Student at Northern?
Yes, sir.
And what do you study there?
Medicinal plant chemistry.
Okay. And jumping right in here, back in November of 2019, were you involved in a traffic crash?
I was.
Okay. And I guess briefly, what were some of the circumstances surrounding that? Why were you where you were?
We were doing a charity event with the Tau Kappa Epsilon fraternity for St. Jude. And it's something that's been done for over 30 years with our chapter, and it's what we were doing there.
Okay. And so what do you remember from that day prior to the crash?
I just remember being on the shoulder as Leo was pushing the tub and just waking up in the hospital.
Do you remember anything prior to that?
I mean, I remember us taking turns pushing the tub, but I'm not sure.
Had you already pushed the tub that day?
At least a couple times, yeah. We all took 10-minute shifts or 5 or 10-minute shifts.
So you're switching out rather rapidly, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You said Leo. You mentioned that name. Is that Leo Mayana?
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. You see him here today?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, record to show that he's the witness is pointed to the gentleman sitting in the back of the room. At the time of the crash, do you know where everyone was?
I know I was in the driving the car, and our buddy Daniel was in the passenger seat next to me, and Leo was in front of the car doing the pushing at the time.
You said you're driving the car. What car?
The white Mercedes-Benz E-Class 2011.
All right. That sounds like a fun car to drive.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah. How many people do you remember were pushing the tub at the time of the crash?
Just one, like who was physically pushing?
Yeah.
Just Leo at the time of.
Okay. And you being the operator of the vehicle, was that Mercedes behind or in front of the tub?
It was behind the tub.
Okay, was there a vehicle in front of the tub?
There was also another vehicle in front of the tub. It was a pickup truck.
Okay. Remember what color?
I think it was red.
Okay. And as the operator of that Mercedes, you recall whether or not the hazards were on?
I can almost guarantee the hazards were on, but it is a little hazy since I just woke up in a hospital with a tube in my chest. So.
Okay. And we'll get to that. Do you remember when you started that day?
I think we started early in the morning when it was still dark out.
Okay. Right. Do you remember where?
I'm not good with the locations around here, but I know we started at Sault Ste. Marie, but our group was supposed to meet another group somewhere between here and there, and I couldn't tell you where we picked up.
Just for our record, where are you from originally?
Philadelphia,
Philly.
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yep.
That explains the accent. Okay. Do you remember seeing a vehicle in your rear view prior to the crash?
I don't.
Okay. What's the last thing you remember before you woke up?
The last thing I really remember was us laughing at Leo because his gloves got ripped, and they were really expensive gloves.
Really expensive gloves?
Yep.
For a guy that drives a really expensive car.
It adds up.
Right. And you said you woke up. Where do you remember waking up?
Just in a hospital bed, not in a room, just still in the hallway.
Okay. Okay. And at that time, did you know how long you had been in the hospital?
I didn't know what was going on. I was told that I just kept asking the same question a bunch of times.
Okay. And what injuries did you sustain as a result of it?
I had a collapsed lung and I think 4 broken ribs.
Okay. You said you woke up with a tube in your chest. Where?
Right here. Still a scar here too from it.
Okay. Record should show that the witness is pointed to his left pectoral area, almost to the armpit. Subsequent to waking up, how long were you in the hospital?
About 4 days.
Okay. And were you medicated for your injuries?
They were giving me some type of pain medicine while I was in the hospital, but I can't remember exactly what.
I take it you were treated by a doctor, is that right?
I hope so.
Yeah. What rehabilitative programming, or how did you recover, I guess? Let's go.
I was in physical therapy until, I want to say, about around a year later, and the only reason I stopped is because my mom got laid off and we switched insurance and they didn't take pre-existing conditions.
I'm sorry to hear that. The next question is, what did you have to recover from? Like, what were you working on in physical therapy?
Neck was sore for months after the accident until I ended up going to a chiropractor, and my back was pretty sore for a pretty long time after that.
Okay. Okay.
And my left side was super weak because of the ribs that had the broken ribs in the lungs, so I had to rebuild the strength on the left side.
Okay. Did you miss school because of this?
I did. I missed an extremely important test that I did not get to retake, and it cost an EDA.
And the kind of going back here to the actual convoy here. Do you remember at the time of the crash how many lanes were going in the direction you were going, and how many were going in the opposite direction?
I'm not exactly sure, but I know most of the roads are just one lane this way and then one lane going the other way.
Right, right. Welcome to the UP, right? What do you remember where on the road? Let's go with the red truck, the tub, and the Mercedes were. Where on the road?
We were on the shoulder.
Okay. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by on the shoulder?
So they have the line that separates where the lane ends.
Okay.
We were on the right side of that.
Okay. So
outside
would you be
of the lane.
surprised if that, like, is that called the fog line, or do you know?
I've never heard the term fog line before.
Might be a Michigan thing. So were the right tires, to the best of your recollection of the Mercedes, in the dirt?
I would say so.
Okay. You would say so, but you don't know, is that?
I couldn't give you a 100%.
Okay. And is it possible that the left tires were over the fog line and slightly into the lane of traffic?
Well, I can't guarantee that the right ones were on the dirt, so I can't tell you that they were or not.
Okay. What about the tub? You're running this Mercedes, and the tub's right in front of you. Are they on the right side of that fog line?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So at the point of the crash, how fast was everything happening? How fast were you guys going?
Well, he was walking in front of the car, so it couldn't have been more than a walking speed, so maybe like 3 miles an hour.
Okay. And do you know how far in front of you the tub was?
Around 30 feet, I'd say, maybe, something like that.
How about this? How about this? You stay there, and I'll go back here. And you tell me.
I'd say maybe a little bit past where that pole is.
Okay, the assistant prosecutor here? Okay, all right. I hate that pole, by the way. The last question. How old are you now?
24.
And how old were you on November 2nd of 2019?
22.
One more questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Ms. Henderson.
Mr. Brues, you and I have met once before in this courtroom, is that right?
Yes.
Right. I heard you testify that you had a concussion or traumatic brain injury as a result of this. Is that correct?
I would say so.
Okay. Did you experience an impact on your memory as a result of that injury?
I was in that hospital room for hours, just repeating the same exact thing, just hours and hours.
Okay. And did you also have, it sounds like it also affected your memory, is that correct?
I would say it had some impact on that night, the memories of what happened.
Okay. And what had happened in the lead up to the accident?
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
You just testified in court here that you were driving on the side of the road, not within the lane of travel. Is that correct?
Yes.
How certain are you that you weren't within the lane of travel?
I'll put my life on it, 100%.
And how do you know that?
Because I was the one driving the car. I mean, I don't understand that question.
Well, I think it has to do with the fact that your memory may have been affected by the concussion.
Well, the last time I remember, I was not.
Is it possible that you were in fact in the lane and you just don't remember it?
I mean, anything's possible.
And if the physical evidence in this case of, the roadway evidence shows that you were in the lane of traffic at the time of the collision, do you agree with me that we should rely on that physical evidence and not on your memory?
I mean, it sounds like you're kind of trying to trick me right now, and I don't understand what you're saying, but I can tell you we were not in that lane, so you use whatever evidence you got to use.
I think Mr. Steinhoff asked you about how close you were driving to the bathtub, and you referenced this post here.
A little bit past the post, I'd say,
A little past
around
the post. And can you give us an estimate for the record, what the distance is there? Would we say 20 feet?
I'd say around 30, 20, 30.
Well, was it closer to 20 or closer to 30?
Let's just say 25.
And how close were you traveling to the truck that was in the lead?
I can't recall how far in front the truck was, but I do recall it was ahead of the tub.
Did you, in your memory, have any kind of signage on the Mercedes that indicated what you guys were doing?
Not to my recollection.
What about like a bar light or a strobe light on the top of your vehicle, the vehicle you were driving?
We had, the hazards were on, but there was no additional lights attached to the vehicle.
Okay, you said, you testified just a few minutes ago that you can almost guarantee that the hazards were on, but it is a little hazy.
Well, I remember the lights being on myself, but like I said, I was a little out of it, so I can't guarantee it for 100% fact. But to my recollection, they were on.
Okay. And so similar to the, physical evidence in the roadway about where you guys were in the lane, other evidence of the state of the hazards might be more reliable in your memory. Would you agree?
I don't know if I can agree with that. I was not aware of the evidence that you're speaking of where it says that the car wasn't in the lane, so I wasn't aware of that, so I can't agree with that if I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you, at this point, seeking any financial compensation for the injuries you sustained?
No,
Did you receive coverage through the insurance company for any of the medical costs that you've had?
am I required to answer that?
I am going to object, Your Honor. He said he's not seeking compensation for anything at this point. So it wouldn't go towards his credibility at this point because there's no effect on that.
I agree. I think that insurance compensation is irrelevant. Sustained.
Are you contemplating filing a lawsuit against Ms. Houghton?
Not at this moment.
But it's not out of the question for the future?
I honestly never thought about it until right now. I didn't even know I could.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just one, Your Honor. Do you remember what the weather was that day?
It was cold.
It was cold. Was it sunny?
I don't think it was snowing or raining or anything like that.
Okay. No additional questions.
Any final recross on
No,
that?
Your Honor.
Does anyone on the jury have any questions of this witness? Apparently not. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Additional witnesses today?
I'd like to recess, Your Honor, if the court would allow, until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All right. It's close enough to the end of the day. We'll recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'd ask the jury to arrive just before that and go directly to the jury room. We'll have it open by then. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Please don't let anyone discuss the case or ask you questions. Just tell them you can't answer any questions. And then also, if there are any news reports, no matter what the modality, you must not pay any attention to those. Turn them off, leave the room. No information about this case can come to the jury other than in this courtroom. So we'll see you then tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Yes, sir, you have a question?
Our notes, Your Honor, we're leaving them in the jury room.
Yes, you can leave them in there.
We don't want other jurors to see them, correct?
Correct. Until deliberations, then you can share them with each other. But until then, turn your notes over, write your name on the backside, and we'll see that the door is locked as soon as everybody leaves here, and then we'll reopen it when you return in the morning. Okay? Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All rise. Court will be in recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.